Dark, your kind and generous dungeon master. And if you are sitting comfortably, then we'll begin. Nibenay is recovering from the worst cataclysm to strike it in recorded history. A disaster born from the use of the Rod of the Dead Mind by the Shadow King himself brought a conflict with the psychic entity known as the Zwoon, an earthquake, an acid rain, a plague of zombies. And during the chaos, opportunism by the trading house Shom, who used the horrors befalling the city to settle a number of old scores, including with our heroes, striking at and razing the House Kyrodius Caravanserai, attacking the guarded lands of the druid Suxis, attacking House Eden, where Thicket likewise has his guarded lands, and slaughtering members of rival merchant houses. As the city reels from these events, our heroes have agreed to lend aid where they can. They have taken up residence in the Villa Samaris on the edge of the Nagaramakam, the Sorcerer King's forbidden citadel. And from there they are planning to meet with several factions across Nibenay. The idea is to foster a conference of goodwill and cooperation, sentiments that are rare under the Dark Sun, but now needed more than ever in the Shadow King city. During the crisis, the citizens of Nibenay cooperated and worked together like never before. Now that the crisis has passed and the true time of testing begins, it is hoped that our heroes and others like them can cause that cooperation to continue and help the city recover fully and even face a new type of future. But matters are never simple in Athos. Past misdeeds hang over our heroes like shadows, and these shadows are soon coming home to roost, and with them a reckoning and the time during which they must face the music for what they have done. Darje and Siora, you have just finished moving your few belongings from the ruins of the open door to the Villa Samaris. House Calvorix is busy consolidating its losses. Scathis, Lord Alden, has confided to you that he thinks the house is in dire trouble. It escaped any attacks from House Shom or other rivals, but what few resources it had suffered severe damage during the earthquake and acid rain. Suxis, you have returned to the city after having discovered that House Shom troops attacked the Hivelands, slew several denizens, and made off with half of your money and trade goods before the dark spiders slew those who did not flee. And Thicket, a contingent of Shom troops and guards are watching over the Eden estates. They have truly finished what they began with their poisoning using Othan's lament. So next, these last couple of days, you have been busy at the Monastery of the Exalted Path, helping the needy. Farcloon has made a discreet departure, telling you that he's going to find somewhere in the hill to lie low, concerned that the Templars may be looking for him. Speaking of Templars, on the third day of Thormast, in the year of Dragon's agitation, 3 days after your victories in the Nagaramakam, a small group of Templars come calling at the villa. And you've literally just finished moving yourselves in, meeting there for a small breakfast. Darje, you've been keeping your costs minimal, And you're probably munching on a dried zatal skewer, eyeing the large table of fresh meats and fruits and fine waters and breakfast wines. The rest of you have at least put some money together to live in a slightly better manner than your resident Josal.
I'll pass.
Oh, you're so kind.
Come on.
Oh yeah.
Dark J can sit with me.
Scraps off the table, really.
No, sit next to me at the table.
I fry him a chicken leg.
He catches it. I'm not rolling for it. He just does it.
Yeah,
okay?
that's cool, man.
Thanks.
Your dex is high enough for that. It's like when
I just
a dog wants feeding.
Dark J, come sit with us. What are you doing over there?
Daje will come sit. He scuttles over. But he doesn't sit like a normal person. No. He sits like a dog. Of course.
Okay. I pass him an empty plate. So just take what you want.
Your house slave, the Mul Aura, reports to you, my lords, ladies, there's visitors, Templars for you.
We have a
From
slave?
which house?
Yes.
I don't know if I like this.
I will show them into the courtyard. And she hurries off, pulling her headscarf down.
Do we have the slave on loan, or how does that work? Is he
She's
ours?
with the house. She comes with the house.
Right, so
We
don't really...
can't set her free or something.
No, she's not ours to set free, I think.
No, exactly.
She just came with the house, part of the furniture, really.
Yeah. We'll treat her nice, though.
She has a room on the upper floor. The map that I showed you earlier on, if you look at the room that has one tiny little mattress in it, that's hers.
If I feel like she's not being fed enough, I'll make sure that she gets leftovers.
Azuxis makes sure that she gets a proper furnishing in her room.
Is she purdy?
Is she purdy?
She's a
Is she
mole.
purdy?
No.
Alright, then I don't want anything to do with her.
Her neck is wider than your thigh.
Yeah. So I make sure that she has proper accommodations in her room.
Of course.
Not a bag in a corner in some empty...
Yeah, no, we treat our servants well.
Well, I saw the drawings on
Slave.
the picture. It did not it did not look good.
Well, I mean, she might be a slave technically, but while she's in the house, we're gonna try and make her comfortable, at least.
Sura is not a good person, so she does not care.
But Thicket does.
But Thicket, I'm me, Amanda. I'm glad y'all are taking care of her.
Yeah.
It's ironic coming from Siora, who sells herself.
No, she's using her assets. It's something different completely.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. You work with the tools you've been given. That's how that works.
It's a position of power.
Absolutely.
Yeah. You just keep telling yourself that.
So Aura leads the Templars into the courtyard. A handful of guards and a woman in the silks of what must be a senior role.
I'm assuming that's the Templar, not the...
Yes, that's the
I don't know.
on the overlay. Yes.
Yes.
On roll 20.
Female
Assuming
mole
you
are
can
bald
see her.
too?
All moles are bald. Yeah.
Oh, okay, well, I don't know.
I just saw the picture you sent, Mark, of the mall. She's pretty. What are you talking about?
I didn't say anything.
Which picture?
There's
There's
one
a
in
picture?
Discord chat of the slave.
Oh, there. Yeah.
But the one on the overlay, and which our viewers can see on Twitch, that is the senior Templar. Subtle metal decorations around her shoulders and brow. She introduces herself as High Courtesan of the House, Templar wife Aru. Sure you recall the name. This was Liaz's boss.
I see. Okay.
He likes them young, right?
Good morning to you,
Morning.
Aru says. I apologize for disturbing you at your breakfast. I have come with the information that was requested regarding the most likely candidates to speak to for the planned conference. May I share this with you?
Yes, please.
Thank you. She nods to the guards, who take up a guard position in the street just outside the villa.
Would you like to join us for breakfast?
That is very kind of you, I will.
Sir will,
sits-
lead her inside to the...
Okay. She sits herself at a spare seat and eats sparingly and delicately, just enough to assuage your hospitality, not enough to prevent her from speaking with a full mouth of cabbages or what have you.
Zuxis gets the most plush and plump and ripe persimmon and puts it on one of the little golden plates that we have on that table, and brings that plate to the Mull's room to put it on her new table, and then comes back to the table.
Aru waits for you to return. So, as you may know, as a senior Templar, high courtesan of the house, my responsibility is for the civic well-being of the city. So, my chamber is stretched somewhat thinly at present. We are therefore extremely grateful that I understand you volunteered to my husband himself to play your part in helping in the reconstruction of his city.
We did.
Yes.
Yes.
We have identified a half dozen different factions across Nibenay that require some attention, but some of these we have in hand already. The Temperate, of course, we will do as our husband commands. And the monasteries of the Exalted Path and Serene Bliss have, well, as you will no doubt know, Master Senex, already been busy with handing out alms and lending assistance to the needy. As for the elemental cults, the fire, water, earth, and air temples, High Priestess Kira Tin, I understand, hosted a conference during the height of the crisis. And she has offered to do so again. That leaves us largely with the noble families, the merchants, and, dare I say it, the Veiled Alliance. Now, the nobles in this city are divided into 3 districts. Those who dwell around the Serpent's Tower, the wealthiest and most powerful. Those who dwell in the western estates along the cliff wall. He gestures toward the northern cliff that looms over Nibenay. And those who are at home in the southern ward, who have been less favoured, shall we say, by the elements. Scathis, you don't even need to ask. I mean, Lord Calvorix's poultry holdings are in the southern ward, near the southern wall of the city. We have managed to acquire representatives from each of these districts. For the southern ward, your employer, Lord Alden Calvorix, has been nominated by his fellows. I understand he distinguished himself somewhat during the crisis, and they see him as a good figure to speak for them. From the western estates, Thura Atherbax will speak for the nobles who dwell there, although her house has suffered an attack by undisclosed forces in the last few days, and they are suffering somewhat. For the Serpent's Tower, Lord Halavan Val has offered to speak, and indeed offered to host a meeting between the 3 noble families and yourselves, should you wish to attend. I rather suspect, though, that your attentions will be turned more toward the merchants at the moment. It has not escaped our notice, all of us, that House Shom has been particularly active in recent weeks. Unfortunately, only House Shom matters. Their power and influence dwarfs the other noble houses by an inconceivable amount. As they act, so the other houses will follow. So you must secure their cooperation.
The Shadow King is aware of the betrayal of House Sham, right?
He has spoken personally to Giovo Shom, who was at the banquet and suffered grievously. Giovo says that it was renegade actions by his daughter Temnaya, both in the spreading of the psionic parasites and in providing the Rod of the Dead Mind. Although Giovo was happy to gift 2 parts of it, we understand that Temnaya had a 3rd part, the final part, come into the Shadow King's possession by some underhanded method that involved you.
Correct.
Yes, well, she has been exiled.
Only exiled?
For a senior member of House Shom to be cast out of the family is tantamount to a death sentence.
Good. Excellent.
And what will be done about the guarded lands?
I don't think that House Shom has any guarded lands.
The House Edon estates. They were ransacked and destroyed and poisoned by House Shom, and now my guarded lands lie in ruins. They killed Tau, the druid that watched over them.
I see. You're saying House Shom has possession of these?
Yes.
You might wish to make that part of your negotiations.
What do we have to bargain with?
See what they want. The real situation is that we must have House Shom's cooperation. Now, I have heard that Jebea Shom has been recalled from the Ringing Mountains. You might find him more amenable to discussion, but he hasn't arrived in the city yet. So we have secured an appointment, a meeting with Farlan Modis, one of their senior agents at the House Shom Citadel on Sages Square.
What's his relation to Jobo's daughter?
Jebea?
Mm-hmm.
That's her brother.
No. The representative you have secured a meeting
Mortis,
with. Yes.
He's a senior agent.
Was he in her employ while all this took place?
Technically speaking, everybody in House Shom is in her employ.
So so his name is Farlan Shom?
Farlan Mordis.
Mordis.
Yes.
So he's not a direct Shom family member, no.
No. At any rate, I guessed your interests might be somewhat pressing in that regard, so I have secured an appointment with them right away. Halavan Val can meet you the week after next. That leaves a week or so in between, during which time perhaps you might use your skills and connections to seek out members of the Veiled Alliance and see if they can be persuaded to lend aid. All of our attempts to contact them have failed.
We will try. The Cliff Wall Western Estates. The representative, what's the name?
Thura Athabax.
Thura Athabax. Thank you.
You recall hearing word, actually, from High Courtesan Kahela that Athabax were one of the houses that came under attack by Shom.
What sort of powers do we have in what parts?
I would find out what they want first. You are empowered to offer very little, but you are in a place to make inquiries, to make suggestions. If you're asking, do you have power to offer something on behalf of the Crown, you do not.
Good.
But that is not the only means at your disposal, I would imagine. There's some rumbling of dissent in the street outside. You can hear Aru's guards arguing with what sound like some other women. The voices rise considerably, and over their protestations, 4 armed Templars wearing, well, quite literally, chitin armor stride into the house. Two take up a guard position. The other two march forward. Aru rises. Excuse me, what is the meaning of this? They ignore her. We thought we would find you here. The one on the rightmost of that picture. The one with the kind of the weird sideways, I don't know, boat propeller for a hat? I'm not sure what that is.
A hammerhead shark.
Hammerhead shark head. Yes.
Yes.
I am Templar Belly of the Chamber of Order, Temple of the King's Law. At this, High Courtesan Aru sits down and goes very quiet. Apologies for interrupting your breakfast, High Courtesan. We have questions for the denizens of the Villa Samaris.
Go
Have a
ahead.
seat.
Thank you, I will stand. It has come to our attention as we unpick the events of the festival week that you released a dangerous criminal from the Shadow King's personal prison. Why did you do this?
I'm sorry, what are you talking about?
Success is a little bit looks around
Yeah.
the table.
Darjay's looking around, thinking,
Yeah.
what has he missed?
Scathis is looking at all of you like, Warai, what did you do?
Dura also looks confused.
It was Farcloon. Guy that was in the metal container.
So he did it. It's his fault. Get him.
I don't know.
I just said, I don't know what you're talking about, and then I looked to Senex.
Success also says, I'm not sure what you're referring to. Could you elaborate? Clarify.
I'm waiting for an answer. You know full well what I was talking about. We know you were there, and we know you did it. We want to know why.
Why?
Darjay was not there, and Darjay did nothing.
I look at the other guys who were at the Nagaramakan.
Because I knew this man. Shocked to find him there. Why?
Dura feigns shock.
What was his crime?
Where is he now?
No idea.
She looks to one of her colleagues. The colleague nods. Very well. You admit your crime, then. This is noted. There is then the matter of the murder of 5 Templar wives from the Chamber of Order, requisitioned to aid you in retrieving the Rod of the Dead Mind from the Veiled Alliance by Templar Liaza of your chamber, High Courtesan Aru.
We were tasked by the Templar to retrieve the rod from that exchange, and we were attacked.
You were not attacked.
We were attacked.
You were not. Your lies will serve you no further. I suggest you do not parley those with me.
We were
You've
attacked.
I was paralyzed in the heat of combat.
Exactly.
I consider that an attack.
And you were
Because
almost
of your
killed at that point.
clumsiness, Templar Shasa attempted to cast a spell of holding upon an elf present at the deal. You blundered into the area of effect before she'd finished casting the spell.
If she misaimed it, then who was clumsy?
She aimed it at the elf.
We thought
You
we were
have
being
2
betrayed.
druids in your party, both of whom can cast that spell, it being of the sphere of the cosmos, and yet neither of them thought to warn you. Neither of them thought to speak up. They
I
could see
wasn't
full
even
well what
there.
she was doing.
We thought we were being betrayed at that point.
We spoke about this with Liaza,
Absolutely.
and she understood because she could see what happened.
We
She
brought-
knew.
We brought
Liaza wasn't there.
Or were you?
No, but we have spoken to witnesses, and further, we have questioned the spirits of the dead. those of our Templar wives whom you killed.
It sounds to me that this thing then becomes a misunderstanding.
A misunderstanding? Was it a misunderstanding then when Templar Zara retrieved the rod from another elf, but your Jozal friend here slew her with a poisoned arrow?
Ajay does not
That
remember.
was
After your Veiled Alliance associate struck her with magic missiles.
That is after we were being attacked.
You were not being attacked, however.
This is
all
how
that
we
was, all that was
interpret it.
happening was that Templar Shasa was casting a spell of holding on an elf.
Miss, let me just...
That is all that had happened.
We
I am
saw-
not done, madam. Was it also a mistake that when Templar Tassan, confused by this, reminded you that you were to be cooperating together, ignored, she feared treachery, and yes, then she did attempt to cast a spell of holding on your Jozal, on the Surin, on your Sarnacist. Non-lethal, so that you could be questioned. But then, Master Senex, you and the Veiled Alliance terrorist slew her with magical missiles. And then Suxis, you slew Templar Shasa with a poisoned crossbow bolt. Freed from the holding spell, your Surin here then slaughtered Templars Vera and Reem.
Might I say?
These Templars cast not a single harmful spell against you. One holding spell that you blundered into, and another cast against you after you had murdered one of their Templar wives. A mistake, a misunderstanding, was it?
Mm-hmm.
Let me explain. I had a vantage point, I was up high, and I saw what happened. I witnessed, you can question me about this all you like. We had arrived at the thing. We had decided that we were going to get the rod. We were unaware that these Templar wives were there. During our interaction, they swooped in and tried to take the rod. They
were supposed to take the rod.
We were not aware of such a thing. Now listen, I'm not finished now, Missy. I stood there and I watched as my friends lay baffled and confused as our mission was being taken by some other people who would likely claim it was their thing. They did it all. And then they used a holding spell on my friend, who grunted and cried out in confusion and frustration to no explanation from them. They thought they were being attacked, and from where I stood, I also thought we were being attacked. I thought we were being undermined. I thought that they were fighting for the Shadow King's favor. How are we supposed to know any different when they swoop in and do our job for us?
You were supposed to be cooperating with the Templars, not murdering them.
We were cooperating with the Liaison.
Had no indication.
Liaison requisitioned these troops when she was called away from her appointment with you.
And we're to understand that happened?
How do we know this? We were unbeknownst to us.
They were Templars.
We already secured
of the Temple of the King's Law.
We were being,
and you killed them.
To our minds, attacked. Now, we can settle this as a misunderstanding. We are currently working for the Shadow King. We are doing as he pleases. We tried to defend Liaison. These was a misunderstanding. We mean no harm. In fact, we apologize. We brought their necklaces to Liaison and we told her what happened. We told her.
She reaches into a pouch. Yes, I have them here.
See?
5 bodies with your blood on them.
If we we could have easily have said, the Veiled Alliance did it. The elves did it. No, we told her what happened.
What do you want from us for this?
She looks over at High Courtesan Ara, who's sitting back down.
Grapes, maybe?
The woman who's been standing behind her takes a step forward. You mind your disrespect or I'll have you flogged in the street. Ara raises a hand. Madame Sieur is correct. They are currently on a mission for our husband. I understand that you are Templars of the Chamber of Order, and I may not gainsay your task here, but I only humbly remind you of their responsibilities. Belly chews her lip for a minute. Very well. Here's what's going to happen. You do whatever little job it is that High Courtesan Arrow here has set before you. And then you will face trial in the Temple of the King's Law. And you may make your protestations and your excuses then.
Will your husband be there?
High Courtesan Jenna of the Chamber of Order will pass judgment on you.
I think your husband should be there.
As you'll soon discover, we don't care what you think.
Feeling is mutual.
She turns on her heel and leaves, joined by their guards.
You're welcome for us returning your powers, but
Don't, Aru says. Don't mock them. If you have feelings of that, you keep them to yourself. It will get you killed.
So
They are above all of us. The only person who outranks them is Siem Hook.
do you have access to Siem Hook at this point?
What for?
Well, as you can
She's a friend.
Well, she's a friend, that's for one. And you can understand maybe a hesitation into doing anything under this threat. So I would humbly request you to petition Siem Hook.
Daje did feel very threatened. He
You
doesn't
have been-
particularly want to help anybody that is going to throw him in prison, you
or
know?
kill him. Yeah, exactly.
Mm.
No, to actually
ma-
petition the Templars of the House of Law to drop this case.
I will speak to Siem Hook, if I can, but I can make no guarantees that this case will be dropped. And my hope is that your loyalties, as are mine, are to the city. Nibenay needs its disparate groups to work together.
I agree.
You have proven yourselves to be uniquely placed to facilitate this. We cannot speak to the Veiled Alliance. House Shom does not respect us. The nobles will jockey for power, but you have connections to all these groups in ways that we do not. I humbly beseech you to continue with the task laid before you, because the truth is I can make no guarantees of clemency for you. If Siem Hook can be persuaded to aid you, then I will endeavor to persuade her to act accordingly.
That you will
If
speak
not-
on our behalf to her.
If not, I would quit Nibenay either now or as soon as your task here is done.
That is clear.
Perhaps we should leave now. Why should we help this city if it is to try and execute us once we are done?
We told
Daje
the
wonders-
Shadow King we would.
Listen, if we want Siem Hook to speak on our behalf, we try and make this work.
Will you please talk with her, even your husband if possible, and inform them of what's happening? And then let us know so that we know whether we need to flee or not after we complete this task.
I will.
Thank you.
Need I remind you all, we just finished risking ourselves to save this city once. We have been rewarded with more work and now threats. Why has this been worth it?
We do not want to cross a Sorcerer King.
Not just that. I think this is what we're supposed to do. And I presume that once we have done this as well as what we have done already, some gratitude in some form will come to us later.
I trust nothing now.
What assurances can you give us that there will be any gratitude for what we do?
Are you asking Aru?
Yes.
None. You speak to matters of human nature. Pardon. Of simple gratitude. That the people in the city will hold your names in regard is, I think, beyond question. If you are asking for monetary payment...
I care not for money. I care for your Sorcerer King's blessing.
This I think you have.
Then why do his Templars threaten us?
Because you murdered 5 of them.
And as was already established, it was a misunderstanding.
Then there was a misunderstanding, but you still murdered them. You are not above the law. You may not act with impunity.
His understanding of this is that the city may not survive itself without our aid.
I think that is a likely assessment, yes.
Now, Daje likes gold as much as the rest of you. But he has a heart. And he would like to see this place become one again. And if we have to flee afterwards, then Daje does not mind. He runs very fast.
We appreciate you letting us know if we will have Siemhook or the Shadow King's backing at trial. It'll determine if we need to flee or not, but I do suggest that we do follow through with this task. It will gain us favor with those who are here, reputation, and likely aid.
May I ask one last question?
Yes.
What power does House Shum have over your husband?
Independence.
What is stopping your husband from utterly destroying the house?
The collapse of the hardwood, rice, and textiles trade in Nibenay.
Understood.
It's the basis for the city's prosperity. And they're just too big to fail.
And yet, they undermine his authority at every turn.
It's not a day. It's the heads, specific heads, and those heads will roll. I will make sure of it.
I'm more concerned with the specific ones that are currently inhabiting House Eden and my guarded lands.
That we will negotiate. We see how far we get with that, and then we will make our conclusions.
Just seeing in chat, I think these are the real answers that...
Yeah, I was just telling Amanda, the funny thing is I'm not even kidding. I wasn't going to attack them after I got paralyzed until other people started doing it, and I was like, fuck, I guess we're in it.
Yeah, and then Lucan's, there was battle music, and we rolled initiative, and that means death.
Yeah.
Like a Pavlovian response. I can hear the Batman music, I'm gonna fucking kill someone.
Totally, yeah.
Oh, God.
The Conan music
But you-
starts, though.
But you can't explain that to an NPC. Because that's too meta.
And what Crom was playing, what was I supposed to do?
We were in the battle map layout of Roll20, okay? With the dice were out.
We had tokens.
Just quickly, thank you very much to Grim for another $5 gifted.
Grim, mate.
And
Thank you.
also gifting a sub to Fuba. And then also claiming another 20. I think that's all of us now with 20s.
I don't have one.
No, that's you included.
Yes.
But
I
thank
saved
you
my
very
last one
much,
for
Grim.
3 weeks and it deployed at the best fucking moment. I was so happy.
Yeah, because, like, wasn't that for a kinetic blast that you dropped on yourself?
No, it was something he fumbled some ability that would have knocked him out for D6 rounds.
Oh,
Yes.
no, that was...
He rolled a 1 on a kinetic blast.
No,
Was it Kinetic Blast?
No,
It
it
was
was the
Dojacked
Ultra
anyway, it was
Blast
Prin-
or something like that. That
Yeah,
knocked him out for
Blast.
days.
Yeah,
Rolled a 1 on it,
Prince
yeah.
Dojacked. Yeah.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you very much, Grim.
Okay. So Templar Arrow thanks you and finishes the small plate you put before her and departs. So she has let you know that you have an appointment with House Shom at your earliest convenience. They are waiting on you. The week after next, Halavan Val, Hadrak's father, is willing to host a small conference for the heads of the noble houses.
That's not going to be awkward at all.
And somewhere in between there, you can maybe slot something with the Veiled Alliance.
Didn't Hedrick Val get steamed?
He got pulled apart.
Oh, I
He,
can't remember.
Yeah, no,
After-
he shaned. He did a Shane on Templar Liaza, stabbed her in the leg, and then he got pulled apart by zombies. By the way, you didn't. I don't know if this was in the summary. Templar Liaza's alive.
No,
Yeah.
that bitch.
Yeah, she came to see me and went, "You're being used by everyone and all your friends. Bye."
And you're just a plastic robot. Bye.
We need to bucket her.
Well, she
I was
actually-
using you from the beginning. You weren't using me. I was using you. Bye.
Yeah, and she's fled the city now. So.
The fact that she felt the need to tell you that means that she wasn't using you.
That's so funny. Wow, she's made my list now.
It's like when you break up with someone and they phone you like a week later. Yeah, well, it was you. It wasn't just me. Okay.
That's a bit personal. What happened?
So, do you want to head out to House Shom? Is that something? Do you want to like buy Crodlu and flee into the desert? What are your desires?
I don't know. Check the house.
Like, I'm kind of thinking about fleeing, to be honest.
Yes, I am kind of thinking about fleeing. It honestly, this whole thing is what's really bothering me is that Thicket wasn't there during this interaction. He was not present for this battle
Yeah.
where they slew these Templar wives. You know?
Sorry.
And now he's basically being told, "Well, this is the situation, and you've got to deal with it."
Yeah, you
But
were there.
we could always just...
I was not.
He wasn't at the session, but that's a viable defense. I wasn't there. Yeah, okay, fine, off you go.
No, fair enough. But like, these people are my friends, and I don't want to like leave them hanging. But
if we
which
end up...
might well be their fate.
if we do go to trial, we can just be like, aha, trial by combat. We win again.
I don't think they do that here.
I think we really just need to do what we said we
Trial by
want to do to
hanging.
the Shadow King. Just do it. Hear if Simbuk is willing to back us, and if it's like a no, then we leave.
Look, we can always find an employee in tier with the Lady Herodias if we want.
Right.
That's a bit meta.
Well, I'm not playing Lady Herodias anymore, but she is a contact, and we've done good business with her, so I'm sure she would be willing to hire us. And she's also got a little apple to peel, as we say in Dutch, with the House Shom.
Yes, she has now. Yes. So, speaking of Shom, are you going to head for a meeting with them? Or are you going to?
I don't know if I'd
But
be
they-
impartial
they-
enough to be able to sit through a meeting with them.
You're
I'm honestly like, I'm seething at the idea of even having to talk to them.
They
That's
really have
all
screwed
the
us
reason
over.
to go.
We've had to deal with it
Siora will
Discord for the
go.
whole week.
It's
What-
whether anyone
what-
else wants to.
What in the world would I possibly have to say to these people?
Zuxis
Yeah.
will put ice in her veins, and she will go.
I can
Yeah.
go in case anyone needs someone to be intimidating.
Yes, please, come along.
That could be scary.
Mhm.
Dajé was also going to go just to be
Go.
scary, but now that Scathis is going, he's just going to go for moral support.
Oh my
For
god.
fun.
This is my
I don't-
emotional support lizard.
If it becomes very difficult, you can always cast a silent spell on yourself.
What's the Dark Sun equivalent of popcorn? Because Darjay's going to be eating it while he watches.
They probably have
Yeah.
popcorn.
Yeah.
Popped slaves. I don't
So are we
know.
going? Sure.
Do I go or do I stay? I don't know.
It is so up to you on this. Like, totally, whatever you want. Just, like, follow your heart on this one, okay, babe?
If you need to stay behind and have like a mud bath or whatever you
Don't
need.
worry about it, darling.
Don't
We've got
worry,
the
we'll
villa.
take care of it for you.
Why have we ended up in EastEnders?
It's more like
What's going on?
Sorry.
I'm not bothered. No, I'm not bothered.
I'm a bothered.
to tame an Essex.
Yeah. Oh, God.
Well, the rest
So
of us are going.
let's get focused here. What's the goal of this meeting with House Shom now?
We want.
Yeah, I don't know. Honestly,
Well,
I
we
think
want their,
just flensing would be amazing
See?
as the goal.
I
We
think
want
for
to have
Thicket,
their
it
support, right? In
you need that.
in the
You
city.
need
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
They
We
need to
can't-
be
we
like,
can't
yes.
afford-
We're on
What
board
possible
with-
motivation could we offer them to hand over the House Edon estates? We
get
have
to-
nothing to offer them.
We go, you
We've
owe
been given
us
literally no
because-
bargaining chips.
Well, here's the
Yeah,
thing. We know that if what they said is true, the daughter did it. We have had direct issues with the daughter. We can threaten to be like, oh, we can tell that House Shom is not to be trusted. We could tell that we could mess with your sales. We have these connections. We have this. You know, we can reveal.
If we tell the local people in this city that House Shom is at the root of what happened here and that they did it deliberately,
They will be.
they won't be
rude.
happy. But I don't think starting with threats, this conversation would be.
No, I was
Oh,
going
no,
to
I'm
say-
just
No,
saying, like,
and that's the
that's
thing.
the
Like,
last
how do you
case.
threaten something like that?
Look, maybe we
You know?
here's a thought. First time for our group. How about we try to appeal to their good nature, and we say that.
Well, then I definitely should not go.
Okay, right.
What
Just
if I
put some
flirt
mud
with
over
them?
your face? But I was gonna say, like, what if like previously said, like the city is not going to survive with people shattered into different divisions and different groups,
Yeah.
and there is the ever looming threat of big zombie army, right? So
And you can't make
know,
money on a broken city.
hell no.
That's the thing.
So-
It's bad for business. That's exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah.
The argument's
So-
bad for
so-
business, but also they also have risked the wrath of the local sorcerer king, which is also never good. So
Yeah,
maybe now it's time to find some
Ultimately-
appeasement.
it's really in their best interest to help us, actually.
Yeah.
The thing is,
totally
like,
is.
I understand them saying yes. Okay, we'll help out the city. We'll do all those things. But what in God's name is going to motivate them to leave House Edon
Well,
specifically?
I got you.
but what I understood from you guys is that Jobbo's son, the one who's now being brought back from
Debaya.
Jabea, who's being brought back from the Ringing Mountains, who's been exiled there by his sister, the evil bitch queen who did all this.
Temenaya.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's summoned, but he actually was banished there because he actually was nice and has a heart. And we're gonna not be able to speak to him now at this meeting.
Is he not going to
because-
be there?
No, because that's the other representative. He's on his way here. But
Oh.
what we can do, we can take this meeting as a stock taking of what House Shom wants out of this situation. And then postpone the real asking and convincing to the meeting we have with that guy, because he's probably going to be a little bit more amenable to us convincing him that he should give
lay
us back.
groundworks, though.
Yeah?
We can lay groundworks for negotiations.
So
I
we be
suppose.
very polite and diplomatic and ask and see what they want out of this situation and what their intentions are, and see where we get from that.
And maybe try and get a clarification on what exactly the exile of
Temenaya, was it? Yeah,
Temenaya.
Temenaya,
Temenaya, yeah.
what her exile actually entails. Because
Yes.
if it's like, oh well, she had to go home to Uruk.
Yeah, she's
and
on
now
holiday
she's
with
in
the
now she's in a spa. You know, like that's not really.
Well,
Like,
that could be an
to a
added
death
bonus for them.
sentence.
Well, I mean, say that they really want her out of the picture.
or has she like been
Amuletum.
sent into the Silt Sea without a blanket? Like, I mean, is you know,
I don't know. I guess the only way we can find
Well,
out.
I can imagine her brother
See
being
them.
kind of resentful about her as well, right?
You know what I mean? Like without any kind of supplies, or like if she literally, like when I picture exile, I picture like, you may never come back to the city, and now off you go into the wilderness. But like,
I don't know about you, but Suxis actually will settle for just knowing where she was exiled to.
sure, that's what I mean. Like, what exactly does that word mean in this situation?
No, I don't care. I just want to know where she is.
Yeah, so we can kill her.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we're gonna knock the shit out of her.
It's actually better, we trank her, we put her under, and we bring her to the Spider Queen, and then let the Spider Queen have her way with it. She murdered half the spider colony.
That's like not talking, though, is it?
What?
In real
It's
life,
not
I
talking.
would.
No, we're talking about the person who was exiled, not about the rest of us.
Oh, okay, yeah, fair game.
Yeah.
Okay.
Give us the location.
Spiders and
Sorry, I
fought
just
fire.
let my emotions get the better of me.
Emotions.
Yeah. So, Thicket is not going to the meeting with Halfsham.
Okay.
Okay.
Alrighty. So the rest of you set off. Okie dokes. You're right by the exit of the Nagaramakam. And it's as you finish up with your breakfasts, gather your belongings, put your best walking shoes on, and head out into the streets to head across town to Sage's Square, that you realize that the Urukite delegation is leaving the Nagaramakam, and probably Nibenay for good. Krandor Varshad must have heard from someone somehow. There he is. Where you're actually staying.
Uh-oh.
And as the bearers and porters, and Kanks and Crodlu, and Templars and guards ready themselves to head out through Nibenay and on the road back to Uruk, he approaches you in your courtyard just as you're leaving. I took the liberty of finding out where you were, sister, just to make one last attempt to persuade you to come home.
Brother, if I come home, Hermione will find me.
Well, of course, but that's what you want. To return to his side as one of his loyal courtesans.
It is, but I don't think that's what he wants. I think he's upset with me.
He looks over his shoulder. Bionessa, that's not what you said. You haven't seen her up close in some time. Darjo, of course. Okay, Darjo's run away. Great. Bionessa walks slowly over, golden eyes staring over her veil and her yellow Templar's robes.
She's pretty.
Your brother's right, she says. I, like him, am overjoyed to have finally located you. The lion longs for you to be reunited. Darjay, the Templar Bionessa has just joined you in the courtyard. She looks down towards you.
Oh, hi.
Her eyes staring at you. When last you spoke, you parted on mutual threats. Her gaze shows those intentions don't appear to have thawed to any degree.
I feign being like emotionally touched, and I go to give Bionessa a hug. And as I do, if she lets me, that is.
Yes, she returns it with demure affection.
As I do, I'll whisper in her ear, "But that's not what you told Lieza, is it?"
She whispers back. Truth is in short supply. It always is, when you're involved. She leans back. We hope to see you in Uruk soon. My husband's desire for you grows by the day. And she turns with a sweet smile to the rest of you and goes and climbs back into the palanquin that's been made ready for her. You can see Crandall's fighting back tears. Well, I suppose this is it then. I'll tell Father and your sister that you're well.
She's not telling the truth, Crandall.
About what? About Lord Hamanu?
I've heard it from someone else. That's not his intention. It's not safe for me to come home. Because otherwise I would. If I thought I was going to go back to that palace and be welcomed with open arms and return to the life that I had, I would. But I don't think that's the case. And I'm sorry.
All right. No, I can hear the truth in your words, Siora. I believe you. Send word when it's safe. And if there's anything I can do, anything Father can do, you must let me know. And he grabs you in a fierce hug. You can feel his breath rattling in his throat as he tries to hold his emotion down. And then turns and, dashing the tears from his eyes, hurries back to the groups. Right! Let's go! Road of Kings is waiting for us! And at Crandall's word, the Urukites snap to attention and begin their departure.
Fucking Chirodius.
Radius?
Is why I can't go home. And I just keep heading towards the meeting where House Shom is. Da, 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 da.
Sage's Square is here on the map. So you emerge, that's your villa right there actually, at the edge of the Nagaramakam. So it's not far across the city. The Shom Fortress, an immense edifice on the southern side, actually next to the ruins of the open door, coincidentally enough. The smoking wreckage of the Chirodius caravanserai on the opposite side. All around, as you make your way through the city to this destination, you see the signs of reconstruction. Rubble being cleared and carried away or repurposed to repair buildings. Timber being brought in from the Crescent Forest to shore up crumbling edifices. Here and there, bodies still needing to be taken away. And yet at the House Shom compound, it is bustling with business. Trade goods coming in. 3 Mechalot argosies are lined up outside the Great Mechalot Gate, one of the few gates in the Tablelands big enough to admit them. A pair of guards in smart Shom livery, the triple dragonfly crest on their breasts, greet you at the gates. as you are immediately expected, it would seem.
Kill them all.
You're led through the compound, this great courtyard, packing crates of trade goods. Guards, I mean, a veritable small army on hand here. The walls well staffed and well manned.
Tuxis takes careful note of all the aspects of this place.
So you see somewhere that doesn't appear to have suffered from the disaster much at all. You can see where the wall has been damaged. Some of the minarets on the upper levels of the buildings have toppled and are being repaired. But, well, Siora mentioned, if you may recall, that she had been told by Hedrick, actually, a week or two before the crisis hit, that Shom had been quietly ferrying goods in from all across the tablelands. They were ready for this. You're brought through onto an upper story overlooking a walled internal garden, lushly watered, date palms and fine desert scrub bush and blossoming jasmine. On the floor, the rugs are made of kire fur. The cups and plates are of beaten metal. The food already laid out for your arrival is rich. Half a dozen slaves are on the walls, fanning the chamber with enormous feather fans, having a gentle breeze waft across. And your host is waiting for you, alerted to your arrival, and having made his way rapidly to meet you. He stands, an obvious slave in a simple red and black smock beside him, keeps minutes on a clay tablet. Welcome. Welcome to House Shom. Honored guests. I am Senior Agent Farlan Mordis. Please, be seated. You have my deepest gratitude for attending a meeting that I am sure will be of mutual benefit to all of us. House Shom, as always, is the bastion upon which Nibenay is built, and stands ready to continue to lend that support in this, its darkest hour.
Thank you for your heartfelt welcome. If you give me a moment, I just need to check something. And she casts a quick spell.
Siora, meanwhile, is brushing her hair back, giving him the eyes, moving closer, doing the whole shebang.
She casts a detect poison and scans the table.
All right. He watches. You have nothing to fear here.
I hope so.
This is but a conversation amongst equals.
Despite being bidden to sit, Scathis will remain standing until one of his companions asks him to sit.
Success takes a seat. And I'm presuming slaves are trying to pour drinks.
Yes, they're tending to you immediately without even.
I make a claw gesture for them to stay away, and I take one of the carafes myself and pour my own drink.
Farland sits, allowing a slave to pour a tall cup of iced broy.
We're very grateful to hear that you're willing to still help Nibenay. It's very gracious and kind of you to do.
Well, you are most welcome. So, what is it exactly you have need of? How may House Shom be of assistance at this time? We are already flooding the markets with supplies from our precious stores to ensure that none go without.
Well, first thing we think we need is, obviously, while the pandemic was happening, House Shom was out looting, taking land for them. There is some of that needs to be
Scandalous, yes.
remedied, handed back to House Eden for one.
Eden. The slave shows him the clay tablet. Ah, I see.
Hivelands was all raided. Just got no idea in such a crisis time why House Shom was out raiding it.
I know. It's appalling. It's appalling what Temnaya did. Her father's love has been cast upon barren earth and has borne no fruit whatsoever, only the bitterness of a twisted mind. And for which she has been duly punished, exiled from the city of her birth, never to return.
We're grateful of. Is there any gonna?
Aren't you glad you didn't come, Arnout?
He's chewing his slipper.
Fucking murdering people already.
What is going to be done to remedy that?
Well, I do not know what the Hivelands are of which you speak. They are obviously something that falls well beyond the walls of Nibenay and outside of our ability to make recompense. But as for House Edon, he looks at the slave. Am I correct in understanding that all the people of House Edon have passed into the grave? The slave nods.
Not all, no.
Really? There
was still one.
Survivors? There is. And they wish to make a claim?
Yes.
Unfortunate.
Obviously, that should be. If you obviously want to help out Nibenay, that should be remedied quite easily, no?
Well, my understanding is that Lord Jovo is seeking royal recognition of Shom ownership of the former holdings of houses Carodius, Athabax, and Eden, in addition to some minor trade concessions.
Eden is...
Carl, you're muted. Yeah, you are.
You are.
I can't hear you.
No, can't
Nope.
hear you at all.
Can't hear you at all.
House
have to
Eden
start.
is very important to us. It would mean a lot if you would return it to the one survivor.
Speak, Carl.
Yes.
Oh,
You're
there you
real
are.
Quiet. You're real quiet.
Very quiet. Very
You
quiet.
need to be right on top of your mic, probably. Maybe
Lick
Zoom
the
has,
mic.
Zoom has betrayed you. Lick it. No, man, you've gone again. Try changing to your laptop mic or whatever it is. See if you can use a different mic just for now while that one's not working. Yes, I don't know whether it would be possible to give up the claim to the Edon estates. There are hot springs there, you understand. And these have significant value. But perhaps something could be done where the trade concessions are concerned.
It's a holy land, and it's really important to someone who, well, is very vital to this town of Nibenay.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
And it would mean a lot to us, and I would be very grateful personally.
Ah, well, the gratitude of a beautiful woman is like starlit on the desert dunes. It would always guide you home.
So let us establish what House Shom would like to achieve out of this situation, and if there's something that we can do for them. And then we would like to meet with our counterparts and discuss that, and then at a later point maybe discuss it with your superior, who I believe is coming.
Well, yes, I understand you do have direct contact in the Nagarama camp at the moment, don't you?
Yes.
That's very beneficial. It's very simple. House Shom is looking for temporary relief at the moment from all customs duties until the end of the reconstruction period. We have a great amount of trade goods coming and going for the benefit of the city, of course, and we are paying considerable dues on those.
Yes, but you were well prepared for this situation. Tamnaya saw to that you would be. So I think your losses will be minimal in that respect. So I don't think that...
A twist of fortune. The moon smiled upon us.
No. There's no fortune or twist here. There's a deliberate act. And there was a planning to this. She did plan on this.
Unfortunately, Tamnaya is not here to defend such
an
accusation.
But you are reaping the benefits of these fruits.
But
and on top of that, you ask, and on top of that, you ask from our lord in the city here that he gives you even further benefits. After he felt quite betrayed, to be quite honest. We know this out of personal hand.
The nobles are.
Yes, of course. Yes, no, I understand.
Also aware of such
due
things.
contriteness is in place here.
You were saying, Madame Ciara?
The nobles, they also are aware that things have been sort of brought in prior to this. Suspicion is growing, and we wouldn't want House Shom to look bad.
Then perhaps instead of relief at the present, a permanent 2% reduction in all customs duties for House Shom into the future. Now, might that be more amenable? Something to offset the generous losses that we are currently faced with.
And then we also talk about reparations for the losses that have been are contributable to House Shom. I feel
Tamnaya has already paid the price.
Yeah, but House Shom has not, and there's people out there, all the houses and all the people of the city who have losses that have not been recompensated.
The door bursts open at this point, and a tall, bearded young man with a desert dust cloak over his shoulder. He kind of pulls the cloak off his shoulder. Looks like I got here just in time. Mordis. Farland looks at him. Master Jabea.
Oh, good.
Representatives of the Shadow King.
Yes, sir.
Right?
Glad you're here.
Are you?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Please take the travel dust from your shoulders and your shoes, Master Jabea. We were just completing our negotiations now. I will fill you in. I have the scribe taking notes.
No, I think now we will start the
Acceptable.
Jabea looks around. Mordis, get out. What? But Master Jabea, I am senior agent. Get out. Their eyes lock for like 3 or 4 seconds. And Mordis gathers his robes around him. Good afternoon, he says.
And the scribe is leaving with him?
No, the scribe stays.
Okay. Suxis puts a slow, quiet paw on the notes of the scribe, so that they don't disappear with the scribe here at
Yeah, well, reaching for the notes, the scribe steps away. Looks really, really uncomfortable, but they don't move.
No, stay here. Please let your lord read those notes so that he's informed on where the conversation was going.
Jabea is over at the sideboard, pouring himself a large carafe of elven wine, which he...
We were really hoping you would show up. We've heard good things.
Who the hell are you? And what are you doing here?
This one is Daje, a pleasure. Do you like dance?
I do.
Daje will dance for you.
Scathis is examining this guy's face, by the way.
Okay, those are they look like sword scars.
Daje will get on the table and perform a little dance, which should make him more amenable to our negotiation efforts. Am I right in thinking that?
Absolutely, yes.
Yes. I forgot. Do I have to roll something?
No, it just happens.
I haven't done this in so long.
Yeah, no, he makes a roll.
Yeah, so he gets up on the table, which I'm assuming is one of them long ones.
Yeah.
The long boys. And he'll start at one end, tapping this way and that, and he brings out the fans on either side of his head, flutters them, mimics that of candlelight, and repeats it a couple times. His claws tapping on the table, giving him his own little beat to work with.
Right, well, Jabea is clapping along in time almost immediately, foot tapping on the floor, and you can hear him kind of humming like a little tune that goes under his breath as he improvises along with your dance. Pays attention, goes over, pours himself another carafe of elven wine, sups the whole thing. This is the weirdest fucking start to a day I've had in a long time, but I like it.
My apologies.
Well, that's just Darjay. He turns to you, Scathis. So what do you do?
I kill things.
He looks over at the scribe. The scribe looks really fucking nervous. He's like, I'm kidding. I'll take that as a read. No need to demonstrate it right now.
I am Senex.
And you're a Senex, right? Well, a master of the way, I'd be guessing. Okay, and two Surins. Are you two making eggs?
No.
Oh. All right, there's always time yet.
My name is Zuxis.
Zuxis, okay. And last but not least, hello, my lady.
Oh, God.
Siora, and I'll give him my hand.
He kisses it politely.
We're here to speak and hopefully get House Shom's aid and assistance in rebuilding Nibenay.
You have it.
And to face up.
What can we do for you?
Amity.
Oh, my sister, huh? Yeah.
We had the unpleasant meeting.
You met her. Well, you've done more than I have in the last few years.
So we heard.
Yeah.
She was the cause of your Ringing Mountain stay.
Yeah, an exercise in patience. She was gonna scupper her own voyage sooner or later. Well, she can cool her heels at Fort Melidor until the sun turns black, as far as I'm concerned.
Fort Melidor. Make a mental note.
You see, under her rule, House Shom stole some precious land and items from the surrounding areas, raiding during the devastation. And I know it's a lot to ask, but we were wondering if some of that may be returned.
Look, if it's trade goods and gold you're after, that's going to be on a caravan halfway around by now. But land? What land?
House Edon.
Edon. I used to play with Corneus Edon when I was a boy.
Your sister got them all killed.
Except
So
one.
who's the land for then?
Except one.
It's holy land for
Who?
our friend Thicket.
Thicket Edon?
No, he's Oberliah.
His name Ubelai.
Ubulai.
Ubulai. That's a halfling name. Your friend's a halfling?
Yes.
He's the druid.
Why didn't you say so? It's his guarded lands?
Yes.
Yes.
The hot springs?
Yes.
This is true.
It was actually his master's. She got murdered by your sister.
And he wants possession of it. No, let me guess. He wants Shom off it.
I suppose. Yeah.
Okay, look. Hot springs cannot stay unclaimed. Not in Nibenay. Right? Someone's going to have to take it. If they don't, there's going to be more bloodshed while people fight over it. I'm happy to give it up.
Is
You
it
know,
is it something?
I can understand that your friend Ubulai doesn't want 3 dragonflies flying on a flag over the place where his master was killed.
Can it be given to another house?
That you desire.
Yes, I know that.
Well, you'd have to convince me. But
Well, yeah, obviously, yeah. What's the lord?
Yes, it can.
What's your boss's name, Scathis?
Lord Calvorix.
Lord Calvorix.
Do you know why we are actually being sent here? You are aware, right? Because
So you're on some missive from the Shadow King? I don't.
he has tasked us or asked us to bring together all the parties in the city to rebuild. Because if we don't,
Yeah,
this place is going to be in dire straits.
yeah. Galg will have it.
Yeah.
Right.
So
You know that House Shum could be of use here. Maybe put them in even better standing than they already are.
That wouldn't be hard to do. I know that Shom is the cank droppings that you can't scrape off your shoes.
They could make a better name for themselves.
Under your
That's
rule.
my hope. Well, yes, under my rule. My father won't be around forever.
no.
Okay. All right. Just quickly out of character, that question, Senex, that you asked Scathis about Calvorix, was that in character or out of
That was
character?
out of character.
Okay, yeah, okay.
But that's,
All right.
that's who I was asking for the land to go.
So listen, I'm assuming Farlan was asking for trade concessions and extra money and a magic sword to ride on. Yeah.
Yes, he was asking all sorts of demands that I'm sure that if we would have brought that back to, he would be most offended.
Take it
He
easy,
would,
Grim.
he would probably accept. Alex,
Well, he would. I mean,
you have a unique position in this city, as you well
doesn't.
know. But he would not forget.
It would be same old business for him. But, well, I'd much rather do new business.
Mm-hmm.
So here's what I propose. What you need, we'll give. No concessions. No backhanders. No secret deals. All right?
You mean it?
You are the first person we
Yeah, I
speak.
do. Yeah, I do mean it.
You are the first person in the city we have spoken to. This meeting was set by the Templars before all other parties in the city. So I am not at this point, aware of any of the demands or wishes that all the other parties might have. Just so you know that.
Well, go find out what those are.
Mm-hmm.
But
Because before I can say now that yes, of course, but then of course there will be unreasonable demands made, as you well know. These things happen.
it's Nibenay.
Mm-hmm.
I spent the last couple of years. Okay, let me put it this way. I'd be dead if it wasn't for the kindness of a druid. What Potak Lobig did for me, I can never repay. Akarnas Archive Stickett is not with the group. He decided to stay away, actually, in an interesting twist of narrative shenanigans.
But we are fighting for you, Thicket.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it.
You're
No, I
very
decided to
fucking
stay away
welcome.
because I wasn't sure I would be able to contain myself, and
Yeah, I think you would have tried to murder Farlan.
yeah, within about 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought about it. I don't
I
believe you, I
summon.
thought about it.
Most of us are in the same boat, really. If it wasn't for Ubalai or Zuxus.
Right. So if there's anything I can do to repay that kind of kindness, Athas is alive. The spirits of the land are a vital part of the circle in which we exist. And I would happily see a druid who understands that looking over those hot springs with the sponsorship of a noble house who understands that too. And you don't need to tell me that that's not Shom. I might think so, but I wouldn't be living there and managing it and watching over it. It would be someone like Farlan for the next couple of years at least. So you find me a worthy candidate.
And we make it
Make it.
official.
I'll make it happen. You have my word on that.
Daje thanks you.
Thank you.
Can I?
It's not often that we find such honor in the Tablelands.
I think Lord Calvin would be a great choice for
Calvorix?
Gathis' boss. He is a fine young gentleman, very honourable. Hard to
I
find.
didn't even think they were still a... Speak to him. And as for finding honor, there's a reason I spent the last 5 years living in exile in the Ringing Mountains. It's for making stupid promises like this.
Yeah.
Your family sucks, no offense.
Yeah, they really do.
Sorry.
While,
What was that?
while we're discussing making amends to druids, your sister also thought it necessary to have her soldiers attack my guarded lands.
Where are they?
In the, what is it called again?
The Hivelands.
Yeah.
Huh, that's up by the Windbreak Mountains, isn't it?
Yes. I have a beautiful area there where I help and tend several insect hives. She murdered half of them.
I'm so sorry.
As you can imagine, the queens of these hives are not happy. What can we do to make amends to them?
What would make amends? You would have to tell me. I know nothing of such creatures.
I will ask them, and I will tell you.
If I can make it so, I will.
Okay.
One guarded land is just as important as another, whether it brings water to the city or not.
I bring Kank honey
Well,
to the city.
no, I got a lot of taste for good hand. Nice bit of fermented cank honey.
Mm-hmm.
Breakfast of champions.
Okay. I have only one hope, is that you stay alive and we don't have to talk to the other person who just left the room here.
Well, that's you and me both, my lady Suxis.
Because I know how these things happen. Staying at the top is not always easy, at least alive.
No, it isn't. Oh, may the moons bless me then.
If you are in need of us, you will call, yes.
I will. Thank you for the offer. If you'll forgive me, I have a house to run.
Najee forgives you.
And we have other citizens to speak to.
He nods toward a couple of the slaves. You two, come with me. He turns and strides out of the room.
Before he goes,
Yeah.
can I?
God. Don't flash him. Don't flash him.
Can I just like outstretch a hand and just say I'm trying to Siora's trying to understand the kind of woman she thinks that he would like. Is there a way for me to like try and like roll to understand that?
Roll to be his type.
Roll to understand what his type is, so I can be it.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's under the guest
Make
tab.
me an observation check for that, please.
I don't think I'm actually very good at that.
No. That's the story of your life, really.
Rude. I did it!
Oh, there you go. Okay. There's a sinking sensation, actually, as you realize the kind of person that he wants is probably someone who's straightforward and honest.
Whoops.
And she thinks, I can do straightforward and honest.
I can do this. I can do straightforward and honest. I can act that way.
Yeah, I can pretend to be that.
I can do this.
He sees right through you.
Yeah, Darjay averts his eyes. This is not going to be pretty.
Can I, forgive me if this is too bold. I just want to be upfront with you. Do you think maybe we could have a drink sometime or something?
I like bold, and I like drinking. Sure, why not? Do you know the King's Overlook?
I do, yes.
Right, okay. So, I'm going to need a few days to take stock around here. But when I have a little time, if you don't mind, I'll send a palanquin for you. If that's not too ostentatious. I am a lord of charm, you realize.
Oh, of course. No, that's just fine.
Where are you staying?
We're being housed by the Shadow King. It's the villa insert location here.
Villa Samaris.
Yeah.
In the Nagaramakam.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
If that's not too ostentatious.
Just to be clear, this is a temporary arrangement, and this is just
Shut up! Shut up!
This is all in character. Please say shut up.
Well, thank you for the advice, but the dinner won't take that long. I'll see you in a few days, Sior.
She gives him a nod.
He does
and
a slightly sloppy bow, and heads off.
And I'll give Darjay like a.
Oh my god.
So did he just do a you two come on with me?
Not quite.
All right, Mario. It's me, Luigi.
All right, so I guess you say your farewells to House Shom for now.
Oh my god, did we do it? Did we negotiate peacefully?
Yes.
Well, it's because the guy who actually showed up was willing to do that.
Well, I hope he's alive to put these agreements into stone, though.
Yeah, like watch next time. He's fallen mysteriously ill.
Guys, we have to not speak that into existence. Okay, he's gonna be fine. Let's never think about him
I'm gonna
again.
jinx that, yeah.
As you're leaving, Farah
No.
Mortis is in the courtyard, and he Master Dajé, a moment of your time, please.
What does this one want?
A private professional conversation.
Okay.
He wants you to kill him.
I want you to kill Thicket.
Is this private enough for you?
So yeah, he leads you off to the side of the courtyard, out of earshot of your companions, most notably.
Dajé is listening.
You are a bard, yes?
Yes.
Good. I would like to employ you.
Do you know what Dajé's rate is?
Please tell me.
75 gold. But Dajé may be able to offer you discounts.
I have 2 individuals whom I need you to visit. Alden Calvorix and Thura Atherbax. I will pay you 30 gold each, and if you kill both, I will give you another 20, for a total of 80 for the 2.
Generally, Dajé likes to know a little as to why these people deserve to end.
Yes, so House Sham is doing this for a client who wishes to remain anonymous.
Dajé will stop you right there.
But
Is it House Sham or is it you?
House Sham, but I am one of their agents, and so the client comes to House Sham, and I handle the paperwork, if you will. You probably don't know what paper is, but I handle the negotiations. This is so you will not face prosecution. It is a contract from Sham, but the client also does not face prosecution. We shoulder the entire burden of issuing and claiming the contract. This protects you, this protects them.
Yes, but why?
The client wants them dead.
Why?
My guess would be to claim their lands and property. What little remains, Calvorix and Atherbax, are minor houses. But I understand you have meetings with them. You are the best choice. You will be in the room, so to speak. Do we have a deal?
Acceptable.
Good. When they are dead, return to me for your payment.
Does it have to be you?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. He bows and turns and oozes away, walks away.
Yeah. Okay.
Slime trail.
Yeah.
Were we there for this conversation, or were we still inside at this point?
You guys have kind of walked out and were probably waiting outside, wondering what's taking Dajé so long. But he was taken off to have a
Alden
out of
Calvorix
earshot.
and who?
Alden Calvorix and Thura Atherbax.
Thora.
Isn't one of them said Scathis' boss?
Yes, Alden Calvorix is Scathis.
Alden
Alden
Calvorix is my
is-
boss.
But we know Thora as well, don't we?
Yeah, these are basically the people we are supposed to talk to for the
You're supposed to talk to
fact-
three
factions.
people.
Yeah.
You're supposed to talk to 3 nobles later next week, which is Thura Athabax, Alden Calvorix, and Halavan Val. If you had forgotten that information and wished to retract your agreement, you may.
No. I know. I'm very aware. Doesn't mean I'm fucking gonna do it.
Also,
Just said
the
yes
fact,
to get him out of my face.
and also, if you accept his agreement or if you accept his offer, then he's not going to look for someone else to do it.
Well, exactly.
Or
Yeah.
he might to have a
I
double.
totally thought of that.
No,
also.
but you know, it reduces the amount.
Yeah.
Okay.
So who stands to gain from these lands? Of course.
Dom does.
Well, some certain elements in Shom, I suppose. Maybe Hedric's father, the head of the important noble houses. Who else would be able to lay claim on these territories? Does Success know? Who would be able to after these?
But you don't know.
people-
You don't even
No,
know that
this
this
happened.
happened.
Oh, sorry.
I can imagine the client being. What's her face?
Sorry. We're not discussing this because we don't know.
No,
anything.
we don't know
No,
any of
we
this.
don't know anything. This.
We're
No.
talking as
Yes.
players, but like,
Yeah. No.
So, but that would very much be. I mean, the first thing that say. I mean, are we going to another meeting now? Or are we going back?
So
to the...
no, you have your next meeting is actually over a week away,
Right.
and in the interim time, you're supposed to set up something with the Veld Alliance.
Yeah.
and presumably you fill in Thicket.
And presumably
as
you
to-
head back to Fillion Thicket.
Yes.
Yeah.
So should we just go back to Villa now?
Yes, I need to.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay. Because I think, at the Villa, Darjay will spill the beans.
Okay. So you guys head to the villa. Senex, you go somewhere, you said?
Yes, I go to find my client.
Yes.
Thing. Armanesh.
Armanesh. Okay. In the hill? All right. So you do manage to track him down. He's not ugly. Look at that chin.
Oh, head.
That's magnificent.
Oh, with his head. Like it's come
What's with
from
the long face?
Looks like the Easter Island heads.
What's he holding
It looks
around?
like if someone. It looks like if someone was sculpting the Easter Island head while
Yeah,
drunk.
that's the thing. Yeah, I'm trying to think of the sculpture. Yes, I go. for it.
Don't mock my boy Tony Di Tolizzi. He's a
Tony, at one of the open air taverns on the hill, the place. You understand that it's suffered a considerable amount of damage, but given it that it's the hill district, it is a little bit difficult to tell. The buildings look slightly more smashed and worn down as they were before, but what people have probably done is just picked up the rubble and stuck it right back. And paradoxically, the hill is recovering far faster than the rest of Nibenay. But sure enough, at one of the neighboring taverns, you do indeed manage to locate him. Senex, my friend, what brings you back here so soon?
I need to ask you.
Favor. Favors are pricey things, Senex.
They are.
Sit
Obviously,
down.
one of the
What can I
favours
do for
that
you?
does come with payment.
Then it's not really a favor, is it? Then it's a transaction.
Well,
Those I like.
I'd like to think it as a bit of both. Where, as we've become friends now,
Are we? Are we friends?
I'd like to think.
Senex! Scuppernong for my friend! A glass of Scuppernong appears in front of you fairly quickly. Disgusting stuff, but okay.
Yeah, I'd take like straight vodka. Or
It's like a thick, syrupy, silvery liquid that's incredibly bitter. The elves love it.
I stomach it anyway. fine.
It's Uzo.
Yeah, it's nothing for me. Thank you.
So, friend,
I
what's it to be?
I need some help recovering part of my memory.
You've only barely had half a glass.
Who are you again? Give him a wink. Look, listen. Some of the stuff that you've been doing for us, in hushed tones, the identifying of items.
Yeah, well, no,
Yeah, it was proper
it
hushed
could be
tones.
subtle. Yeah, subtle.
I remember that I understand some of the bits that you were doing. It's like it's been lost to me. I'd like you to teach me, if you can.
On an individual level, yeah? Not in connection with our veiled friends.
No,
Because they don't
me
want
and
anything
you.
to do with you.
Me and you, learning.
Senex? I'd love to.
Thank you. Start. How much? I smile.
25 gold. And we start right away.
Okay. And
I'm
over,
going to enjoy this.
and over 25 gold.
Right.
Take it off
Now,
right
the
there.
first lesson is, it wasn't really Scuppernum.
Oh shit! And I'm
You've just been roofied. Yeah. You wake up naked with a tattoo on your face and a missing tooth.
it doesn't matter.
You said there were two things you wanted to ask me.
Did I?
Oh. All right.
No. Just I want you to. I feel like I knew this before, but things have lost to me. Old age, you see.
You're a fascinating individual, Senex. I think we're going to have a really fascinating time together.
Good.
It's a transaction. Sorcery. You're taking from the land. But you can't take too much. Right? Like with any client, you get greedy and things go badly wrong for you. That's the first lesson. Well, drink up. Let's get started.
Do that.
All right. And together you begin what we would hope is a long and productive relationship. Back at the villa,
Thicket's been pacing.
Thicket, you have been indeed pacing up and down when your companions, minus Senex, arrive and fill you in on, I presume, the details of their meeting with Farland Mordis.
When I hear them coming in, I pretend like I haven't been pacing, and I just go and sit quietly in the corner with a cup of tea. Oh, I didn't see you come in.
Yeah, I mean, we just relay what happened and how, all that stuff, and then, Siora, forgive me if I'm misremembering. Senex said aloud about Calvoris being an option for the hot
You did,
springs,
yes. You
correct?
absolutely did, yes.
For that part, Siora would kind of turn to Scathis to see if he wants to tell Thicket this as an option, but
No, that's okay. He doesn't have anything to say about it.
he doesn't want to. All right, well then Siora will then say, Senex suggested that if no one will lay claim to it, there'll be more fights. And Senex thought that House Calvorus might be a good one to...
Calvorix. It ends with an X.
Calvorix.
Scathers does speak up at one point.
Yeah, he's like Calvorix.
No. Accent.
No.
Look, I tried to get you to tell it.
So yeah, they fill you on the information.
Do they also tell the part about him being a friend of druids?
I would guess so.
Yeah, and also she would say the name if I can remember the name he gave.
Potak Lowbeak. Sounds like a Terran.
Polak Nobeak, I think he said.
I've never heard of this man. Or woman. But that sounds good, I think. Right?
Seems...
You were there. Was he nice?
He was.
Oh, I see. He was nice.
No, but
Right.
he was really nice, actually.
Nothing like the rest of House Sham. But it's up to you. Presumably you would need like a noble merchant house to lay claim to the hot springs so that you can use it as your guarded lands. He understands that you don't want it to be Sham, but we need to think of someone else to lay claim.
And you suggested House Calvorix.
Senex thinks that's an appropriate choice.
Well, anything is better than Sham, right?
Well, Calvorix needs the aid.
Do you disagree with House Calvorix?
I don't know them well enough to disagree or agree, but it's better than having the lands be occupied by the very people that murdered Tau. So...
Alden Calvorix is a good man, a rare trait in anyone I find, let alone someone of his station.
So you would be
Well, perhaps
upset
we
if
should
he
meet.
died, then, yes.
Yes.
Somewhat, yes.
Why
Okay.
do you ask that?
Well, Dajé does not know if those who were there saw that very slimy individual take me off to one side, but Dajé was
Farlam.
sure. Dajé was given targets, 2 targets from House Shum. And one of them was Alden Calvorix.
Wait, they negotiate this with you and then they turn around and ask you to kill?
Well, it was not the man we spoke to, the honorable man. It was his senior agent that asked this of Darje, supposedly for an outside client.
The senior agent of Sham can suck eggs.
This is acceptable, yes, but
Who was the other the target?
Thura Alphabax.
I love the idea that Darje has a little notebook.
Yeah,
It's just scribbled. It's just scribbled. Yeah.
Do I know that name?
He's like,
Thora Atherbax, yes, that's the other noble house, the one who's been
Okay.
asked to speak for the Cliffside Estates.
I
They're
seem
in
a little
they're in a
bit.
bad way too. They've been hit by House Shum raids.
I seem a little disappointed that it's not Hedrick Val's father.
it might be the very ones who ordered the hit.
The people who actually asked for this, who would motivate, who would be benefiting from this murder?
Any other noble house?
House Shum, definitely.
Shum?
Possibly.
Finishing what they were starting, maybe.
Possibly. They're not likely to get much from Calvorix and
It's
Atherbax.
Then what was their
From what
motivation
I've-
for attacking Athabax?
from what I know of nobility, They'll attack each other to make themselves on a higher status. It's likely another noble house, and the fact Hedrick Val's father isn't on that target list, I think it's safe to assume that he...
Or it is somebody who's trying to actually, who knows about what we are being tasked to do and is trying to thwart that. Is also a possibility.
Okay.
Trying to make it fail. No, but then again, I think maybe Hedrick's father might actually be a more suitable.
He's a very unpleasant man, and he needs to die.
Either
But
way,
first we
Daje-
must make this truce.
Daje has been offered 80 gold total for both of their deaths. So whoever it is,
That's
they
money.
want them dead.
That's a lot of
Yes.
money as well. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So what do we do now? What do you plan to do, Daje?
We must warn House Calvorix and House
Athabax.
Athabax.
Daje accepted the senior agent's deal, but Daje may not go through with it. It is easier for Daje to say yes, and then the senior agent does not go looking for another to take this job.
Do you think that ratting out the senior agent to the man you spoke to, this good House Shom man, would that perhaps be helpful in this scenario?
Daje does
Could always
not know.
do it on my date.
Perhaps,
You have a
yes.
date?
Oh,
You move way too fast.
yes. This one has missed a lot.
So
Well, I'm really surprised by how well your meeting went. I was expecting, well, more of what you encountered with your that slimy man.
that was
I trust no man after one meeting, but I did like him.
No.
And I trust your judgment, Scathis.
And you are right. Of course, actions talk louder than words.
Who are we to say that this nice man is not the one that wants Calvorix dead? We cannot
Yes.
rule anybody out.
No.
He just arrived in town, didn't seem to like the high agent, and didn't have a chance to speak with him before ordering you to do the job. I don't think it's him.
Not likely, no. I would. My gut tells me the same.
Maybe
guess-
he
my
still
guess
works
is-
for his sister.
That's a more likely scenario, yeah. Then it would be Hashom who's actually trying to finish the job.
Yes. This whole
That-
it is an outside for no.
He does
It's
not
too
particularly
convenient.
want to carry this out, which is why Daje has come to the group with this. But
Millions.
if there is no solution,
Why don't we try to find out who this client is? Is it possible? Synex, can you maybe help with that?
Phoenix isn't here.
Oh, Synex is not here, right.
So not appearing in this scene.
Daje could perhaps do some more information digging.
And then I suggest we make this problem go away by taking out the client and taking out this
We must also warn
Barlam.
the target. The targets must be warned.
and protect it.
Yes.
Protecting Calvorix is my job. I will take care of that.
He's
As for
hiring
this other one,
he's hiring bards. So be careful. You need to also protect them from poisons.
how do I do that?
Well, start by making him wear gloves and have quite a few food tasters. And don't let him get shot or stabbed or... He can get poisoned by things that he consumes, things that he touches, and by being injected with something. Those are generally the
I can
Ways.
detect poison.
Yeah, but it's not very long. You can do that what?
Well,
For what? 10 minutes? 20 minutes?
Could
I
see
can
if
also
he's willing to hire
neutralize it.
Thicket.
That's probably a very good idea. Get neutralized poison potions.
Think you can cast that actually.
I can, yes.
Well,
I
that's
will
the-
propose this to him.
And-
Mark, in my experience, obviously having just learned the spell, but I presume I have some knowledge of how it works innately because it is a spell I can cast.
Yeah. If someone's
if-
poisoned, you have to do it during the onset time or immediately, like the round after the poison's been delivered, and then it cancels it completely.
Right, so like if somebody gets injected with E-class poison and dies because of it, like it fails their save the minute they get stabbed and then dies, would neutralized poison have any effect on that?
Yeah, there's still
Yes.
an onset, but we just.
No, there are potions that have onset immediate, where it happens right away. But if you are able to get to them right away, as in the same round or moments afterward, it can still be effective.
Okay, that's good to know.
What also might be also to make sure to give you a better chance. I don't know whether we have that. A slow poison spell?
Slow poison is good as well. Yeah, you also have that.
Yeah,
That at least will give you some more time to actually administer anything of a cure. So you can actually preventively already put that on somebody, right?
The nice thing about slow poison, it has a casting time of 1, whereas neutralized poison has a casting time of 7, so it's much slower to cast.
Well,
Slow poison has a duration of an hour per level.
Exactly, that's the
So-
thing.
Yeah.
So you cast that already on somebody, and when he gets poisoned, maybe you have some more time to administer a neutralized poison.
Yeah.
I don't
So
know.
he's under the protection of a slow poison, 24/7.
Oh, so you can put it on them
Yeah.
preventatively.
Yeah, yeah,
I didn't
yeah.
realize
Slow
that.
poison works that way. Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
So we keep him under a slow poison, or we keep them under a slow poison. We have also the Atabax.
That lasts for an
Yeah.
hour per level. That's pretty
Yeah.
good.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, carry on, Lucan.
Oh no. Darjay was just going to say that he expects that Skatis, of course, will look after his master, but the senior agent, he implied that I would be in the room with them. So perhaps he did not expect Darjay to complete the assassination until the meeting next week.
We have no meeting set for these houses, have we?
You do.
Oh,
Next week.
all 3 houses.
We're
Yes.
meeting them at the same time, right?
Yes, Halloween Val is hosting it at the Snake Tower, at the Serpent Tower.
Okay. So we have a week of time to prepare.
And not that Darjay, again, wants this to be an option, but he has been granted immunity from the law. They will look the other way.
That's part of being a hired bard. That's the way Thasian law works.
Yeah.
The hirer takes the rap. So that's what Farland said. He says we're working as a go-between. So in fact, the client doesn't take the rap either. Presumably Shrom does it and then just pays a fine and looks the other way. Yeah, and somewhere in between there, you have to arrange a meeting with the Veld Alliance.
Oh, yay!
Okay, so I recommend then we move to a break. You can figure out how you want to approach Calvorix if you want to. Senex, you'll come back from your first little bout of training with Armanesh, and then we can decide whether we're going to pick it up immediately or move forward a few days or jump to the meeting or or exert total narrative control. We shall do so after a break, and we'll see you in a few minutes.
In a bit.
All right.
Sleep. Sleep has draped the Villa Samaris. And with sleep come dreams. Suxis, you are woken by the juddering of the walls of the building around you, the creaking of the furniture, and for a moment you mistake it for an aftershock. But then in the shifting of the earth and the deep rumbling noises that you hear, there are words. And you know it for a message from Tavalaris, your spirit communicating with you through the elements. He rises in the east, Tavalaris' voice says. Sun clutched in claw. All will burn in a day of light. As the rumbles fade, you wake from the dream, the words hanging in your mind. And yours is not the only dream visited by words from a spirit. Thicket, you imagine yourself walking through a drifting cloud of ash that falls around you. And as the tiny droplets of embers strike the ground, they depict an image, a claw grasping a crimson sun. And in the hissing of the falling ash come sibilant words. All will burn. Castramandus' voice is unmistakable. You wake, perturbed, unsure at the meaning. But initially, at least, there are other considerations. Scathis is already downstairs, impatient to be off and about to the southern estates to speak to Lord Calvorix, to warn him of the imminent threat posed by, well, to be honest, posed by Darje, I suppose. Darje, are you going with them?
Yeah, I'll go with them.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm
I will
coming
be
too.
there.
Me too.
Yeah, let's all go.
Okay. Senex, party trip?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll
Super.
make a day of it.
It'd be lovely.
All hands.
Seen
and
it.
stuff.
Pack a little picnic.
Seen old Aldi in a while. The southern estates, just near where the elemental temple of water is. Reconstruction continues apace here as it does elsewhere in the city. The Calvorix household, familiar to you, Scathis. Here you have been training their guards for a couple of months now, and you are wade through the outer gates into the, well, it was normally a grassy lawn on the interior, but that has been almost entirely eradicated by the acid rain. A few hardy desert scrubs have survived, and Lord Calvorix's gardener is doing his best to reseed the plot. A couple of the guards give you a sharp salute. Captain! As you make your way in.
At ease.
You're happy to see their discipline is firm.
Yeah. After saying at ease, he actually thinks about the situation and says,
Actually, carry on.
There's a question passes between them, but they know better than to speak it out loud and continue at their guard work. Yes or no?
I see these gardeners tending these broken and battered place.
Yeah.
I go over to the worst of it, the dead plants.
Yes.
And I look at it. You have a challenging time ahead of you. I say, let me help you.
Oh, really, Master? The gardener says.
I put my hands into the ground and I cast plant growth.
Okay. It is to this sight, the ground bursting with new life, as the energies of the cosmos ripple across his depleted terrain, that Alden Calvorix encounters as he comes out. Well, welcome, friends.
It's permanent, by the way.
I figured. Thank you.
I cannot abide to see all this destruction.
Good to see you again.
My lord.
Yes, Siora. Captain Scathis. Darjay, Suxis, Senex. The whole assemblage is reunited once more. Well, what fresh disasters do you bring to my doorstep now?
Unfortunately, disaster is the right word.
Oh, I was joking, but all right, okay.
We better go inside.
Yes.
This is serious, then.
Ill news, I'm afraid.
Come on through. He leads you into his salon. A low room with dark wood furniture from the Crescent Forest. Moderately comfortable, but you can see the house is on hard times. None of the lush luxury that Shom so ostentatiously displays.
Before we start anything, please allow me to cast a protective spell on you.
Protect me from what, Thicket?
Poison.
You're planning to poison me?
No, to protect you from it.
I'm in your hands.
I wander over to him and grab his hand, and I start whispering those sibilant tones and cast slow poison on him. It should last 7 hours.
So, what's this for?
Perhaps Darjay could explain it best. If you please.
Of course. Darjay comes to you with unfortunate news.
Talon?
Your death has been asked of Darjay.
Let's see. And I assume that you've refused the request?
Not necessarily. Darjay does not want you dead. But you must understand Darjay had to please who he was speaking to.
And might I ask who has asked this of you?
A senior agent of House Sham.
A dragon curse them.
On behalf of it.
What?
And your head was not the only one asked for.
A member of House Athabax has also been asked for.
Athabax. And Val?
No.
Not of Darjay, at least not that we know of.
The two weakest houses who happen to be meeting for negotiations in just over a week.
Indeed.
Someone wants those negotiations to fail.
That's
Or to
what
take
I
a different
thought.
course.
Or at least that only one voice in that negotiation matters. Who is the remaining voice in that negotiation?
Halavan Val.
these are the possibilities that we thought. We also had an idea that Shom might be continuing to finish what they started, at least.
Halavan
There's a
lost his
new-
only heir.
There is a new leader on the way in House Sham. They seem to want to help, but the previous ideas of things seem to still be going ahead. Without their knowledge, I think.
Perhaps. The fact remains that I must urge you to be cautious, my lord. As Zuxis has pointed out, poison can enter your body in many ways. I would ask that you wear gloves and make use of food testers.
I will employ both.
This spell I cast upon you should last 7 hours, but I will endeavor to come every 7 hours and replenish the spell.
And otherwise I will come
Well, I
and
thank
do
you for this. I can also pay a visit to High Priestess Kira Tin and see if I can beg some protection from the water temple.
We would also ask you to not draw attention to the fact that you know that this is coming.
I will be discreet. Might I pass the word to Thura Athabax?
We'll be visiting her ourselves after this meeting, I think, right?
Mm-hmm. Assuming she will see us.
Well, if she doesn't, then I'm sure that you will. Then we will come back and ask you to convey it to her.
All right.
Lord Galverix.
This is ill tidings indeed, Cascathis, but I thank you for them all the same.
I wander over to, I guess, Senix. And I whisper, do we want to tell him about the deal we attempted to make with House Shom on their behalf? To take over the Edon estates?
Think you could use some hope. Oh, I don't know if I can hear it, actually. You said you were talking to specific people.
Yeah. Lord Calvorix.
Yes, go ahead.
You are most likely aware that the House Edon estates were ravaged by agents of House Shom recently.
Yes. I'm sorry for the loss.
And they occupy the land as it stands. Now, we were able, at least my companions were able to negotiate with this newly arrived head of House Shom, the son who was in exile.
Jabea.
Jabea has returned, and the sister has been exiled. Now, we tried to negotiate, or they tried to negotiate, that perhaps your house could take ownership of House Edon's estates. And they seem amenable to this.
What?
Would you be amenable to this?
What? But there are hot springs on those estates.
Yes, it should see
Yes.
your influence
Good.
rise, which is... You're a good man, Calvorix.
House Shom would just give House Calvorix those hot springs?
That seems to be what he said.
I am as incredulous as you, my lord, but
On condition.
if it is true,
The condition
was a condition.
stays as a guarded lands. Guarded by...
But of course. My goodness, an estate like that could not thrive without a druid. I mean, he gestures out the window toward the currently burgeoning lawn. I mean, look.
Look. Whatever ill feelings I have towards House Shom, I have to reluctantly acknowledge the fact that this brother seems to be of better intent. And if he is honest and intends to keep up his end of the bargain, and we are allowed to put forward your name, I would rather have it be somebody that we know, that owns the land, and that we trust, than somebody selected to favor House Shom.
Yes. Now, before this becomes final, I would implore you to not say a word to anybody about this, because as soon as this becomes known, you will understand there will be more predators jumping on this.
Oh yes, the shackles will circle.
Absolutely. So nothing said about this. And we see how far we get it. As you understand, we cannot make any guarantees at this point because, well...
He hasn't said yes yet.
I would be a fool not to. Master Senex. My house is crumbling. I have no wife. I have no heir. I have no reason to attain either. Who would marry themselves to the last son of a failing dynasty?
They'll for you, Dora. I'm joking. That was out there.
Well, if anybody could turn a failing dynasty around, it's Shiora. Let's be honest about this.
Yeah, but she can't have babies.
Yeah, but she can't bear children. Yeah,
You know, these things can, you know.
which is why Scathis is so confused that everyone seems to want to breed with her. He's like those poor saps.
Well, they don't know. They don't know.
Sap.
Yes, it's a plant joke. I get it.
I shall, you accept, which you seem to have.
Ill tidings and good tidings alike. Jabea.
The higher your star rises, the more attention it will get, positive and negative.
Yes.
And it can maybe attract the attention of a wife.
Maybe. Yes. And the name of
This is
Calvorix will not die with me after all.
Well,
And I understand that the hot springs have an excellent spa facilities that can,
Good for fertility.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Grandy.
This is a dark time for Nibenay, my lord, but it is also a time of rebirth. Perhaps for House Calvorix as well. Maybe your dreams are not so distant.
I can only hope so. Then I thank you. I thank you for the dark tidings, because they have opened my eyes. I thank you for the protection of your guardian spirit, Master Thicket. And I thank you all for bringing me a gift from House Shom.
Don't forget about us now when you get all rich and powerful.
Sorry, who are you again?
Kill him. I'll do the job for Dajé.
God.
Thank you very much, Grim, for another $5. We can't give any more D20s out. We've all got one.
Oh, that's never happened before.
Can we bank it, DM?
Yeah, go ahead, bank it. Sure. As long as it goes to me.
Why can't you just give somebody more than one?
Do we have more than one?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah. That's what I meant. I thought, is that what you meant by bank it?
Oh, I thought you meant. But they're Darjay. Rats.
Oh.
Woo!
Okay.
2. You
Yeah,
for when you try to assassinate, when the assassination attempt goes wrong, and then you can do it again and again.
And I have 2 as well for 2 different victims.
Yeah, exactly.
Whatever you want to call people that I know.
Intense role-playing session. We haven't actually rolled a single die in anger all session long, so I'll have to remember to do that. So you leave Lord Calvorix then to his contemplation of the possibilities that lie ahead.
Is he like this? He's doing one of them. Mm.
Yeah.
Staring off into the middle distance.
As
You
we
know.
walked
I like
out,
that.
it's like, ha ha ha, they fooled my plan.
Exactly. He cackles.
myself.
It was me all along.
Yeah, we were so waiting for that heel turn.
As for Thura Athabax, she refuses to see you.
Ah.
Why?
Well, we'll go back to Lord Calvorix and relay this bit of
The word
information.
you have from her gate guards is that her house has suffered considerable losses.
Well, does she want to
You
suffer
know
more?
this to be true. She is in mourning for her dead husband and will see you at the Serpent Tower.
The thing is, you go ahead.
Oh, the Scathis was going to be like, well, I suppose she can just be poisoned then.
This is acceptable, I suppose, yes.
The guy's like, wait, what?
There's-
Poisoned? What?
We
We
need
have
to
it on-
speak with her to save her life.
We have it on good authority that she's been targeted.
By a bard.
Yes. And we're in the hoping to protect her from that.
We will pass the word on to her. She has resources to deal with such threats.
Please be sure not to mention it to anybody else that this is that she's been warned about this, and that she takes all precautions that she doesn't let on that she is being warned.
You are the Templar agents, yes? The guard said.
Yes.
Understood.
Information didn't come.
Who sent the bard?
We don't know. It's being brokered by House Shom.
Yeah. Not the first time. The guard nods, his shiny black chitin armor gleaming in the red afternoon sun. Thank you.
We will see her at the Serpent Tower, hopefully.
Yeah.
Make
And
sure
just
that she arrives.
For context, by the way, this down here is Calden's estates, Alden's Calvorix estate. See the southern ones?
Yeah.
There's the water
Mhm.
temple right there. This is where Athabax is.
Oh, so we've walked clear across the city then.
Man,
Yeah.
they just got us going everywhere.
Getting
And
our
this-
steps in.
This
Yeah.
here, that right there, is the Serpent Tower, where your final meeting with them will be.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think there's not a lot of overweight people on Athas.
No.
Well, Scathis never skips leg day.
Good combo.
It's true.
Well, Daje
So-
is pleased to know that the Lady Athabax has the proper protection.
Senex. There is then, I suppose, the matter of the Veiled Alliance. Okay. Armanesh is dubious, to say the least. But he agrees to put the word out. Three days go by. Before he replies to you. Is there anything anybody wishes to address specifically during that small period?
We keep up the slow
Yeah.
poison on in turn, both me and Thicket.
Yep.
Successive Thicket.
The guard is doubled at Calvorix's estate. He's expending what little capital remains to him, bringing on new troops. Scathis, you are busy 16 hours a day training them. Every day is leg day now. The lawn is thriving. The plant growth spell that you have cast upon it is yielding true fruit.
Nice.
And his estates are beginning to return quite rapidly to something resembling
What I want to do as
battle
well
for
is
life.
perhaps going around the city, looking at the worst hit vegetation and casting plant growth there.
So there are druids already working at the King's Reservoir, but there are houses all throughout, specifically the noble estates areas, who would be welcome to have your assistance. And I mean, I suppose primarily Alden's neighbours who are like, I see them over there, and the Calvorixes have got new shrubbery.
New shrubbery. So I will go around. I can cast the spell 3 times a day, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, 3 times. So I can do in those 3 days. I can do 9 estates.
On the second day, it comes again. A root pattern that reminds you of a claw gripping a sun as you're working into the soil. But then you realize it's just the way your perspective, and it shifts as soon as you move.
If I on the after I finish that day, I'm going to go to perhaps the house out on the estate is still occupied, correct?
Yes.
Is there any part of the hot springs that I can go to where I could commune?
Yeah, you could get in fairly. I mean, you're a halfling. You can come and go without them noticing you if you want.
Oh, that would be great. So if I can maybe somehow sneak into my guarded lands and maybe find myself a cubby hole under a tree or something where I can commune with Castromandas. And I want to cast a divination. Takes a full turn.
Okay. And do you have the effects of that handy?
Yes, I do. Hold on. Divination spell is used to garner a useful piece of advice concerning a specific goal, event, or activity that will occur within 1 week period. This can be as simple as a short phrase, but specifically, I'm trying to get more information about the thing that this vision I'm getting. Does that correlate, or is that?
Yeah. Okay, it's 4th level, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And essentially, this can be a.
I see it.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
I have to have a sacrificial offering.
Okay.
So before I cast this, will be a good sacrifice to Castromandas.
Lord Calvorix?
Yes. Is there some kind of like a snake or something, or something
Sure,
like an animal?
Absolutely, you could track down one of the snakes that infest the grain supplies, and have one of those.
Yeah, I'll use something like that, and I'll ritually sacrifice it and bleed it out on the ground in front of me.
You learn a couple of things. It's more than a week away.
Okay.
So that would normally place it outside the remit of the spell. However, it's powerful. A potent threat. So potent that its shadow is cast long over the present, even the weak. Something is building even now, and though it may not come to fruition within that week, already it can be felt in the world. Already it comes to the attention of your spirit.
Is there any indication of what the threat is?
Again, there's that vision of a claw holding a sun. a claw holding the sun. And another image. You've seen it before. The grey, rolling vastness of the Sea of Silt. Ruins silhouetted in front of it. Ruins of a city. The divination fades. The vision at an end.
Absentmindedly chew on the snake.
As I say, after 3 days, word comes back from Armanesh that the Veiled Alliance will meet with you. Or specifically, the leader is sending their personal bodyguard to talk, nothing more. They agree to meet at the Elven Market on the hill. And you know already from this that means there will probably be half a dozen Veiled Alliance members on hand to blow you up with lightning bolts if shit becomes unpleasant. They want to speak to all of you.
Let's arrange it then.
This is how long before our meeting with the noble houses?
So this would be about another 4 days before the meeting of the noble houses.
Okay. So after this, I would like to also briefly visit my own. I still have the time for that. My own guarded lands.
Yes.
Good.
So you set a time, sunset the next day. Armanesh meets you at a market stall, takes you to a small open-air tavern. The hill is thriving as the sun sinks across the city. Smoke from chimneys fill the air with haze, the smell of burning wood, cooking spices. Candles and small lamps are lit all throughout the Elven Market. The Sky Singers are returning in dribs and drabs, their numbers swelling. Calls from vendors and hawkers echo from the buildings of the hill, promising silks from Ram, spices brought up from Balak, treasures from the deep desert. This elf has for sale the Scourge of Ricard, liberated from the ruins of Camelot. That one, the dragon's skin, a suit of armor made from a dead dragon. This gentleman has the genuine bone bow of Faloth, available for a short term only.
I buy it.
Good.
Don't do it, you're still young.
What does that mean to someone like me? Like, what does that mean?
The bone bow of Faloth?
What, the one at Dork?
Yeah.
It's a magical bow, the elf says, catching your attention.
Oh,
Come and
God.
see. This one came from the ruins of Otha.
Yeah, no.
But like, what does it do? Like, is it gonna give me like I use a bow?
It is too late. Look
Yes.
away. Look away.
Its arrows never miss. If your heart is true, the elf says, the arrow is also true. And whatever it hits will be slain by the bow's magic.
Okay, so why aren't I buying this?
But you must. But
Exactly.
you must. It is only 15 gold pieces for you, pretty lady. This was used just this last week by my cousin Latunu to kill a nightmare beast in the Valley of Trevain.
Do I
Do you
believe
wanna-
this?
No, why would you believe this? What are you talking about?
Because Mark said it was the genuine
It's not the
thing.
first
I
time
is.
Mark's
Oh, yeah?
tried to sell this bow.
You will find many fakes across the markets of the tablelands. Those
Daje
filth,
thinks we
those
should
filth
turn
in
around
Silver
and
Spring.
walk away.
Those filth in Silver
Alright.
Spring claim to sell this. I
Hold on.
alone,
Hold on.
Zonanu, I'm selling the true bone bow of Faloth.
I need a
Zonanu.
moment. I need a moment.
Pretty lady,
Mark-
you don't need a moment.
No,
You do
Mark.
not.
Out of
Feel it.
character.
Here, he
Out
hands
of
it out. He hands
character,
it to you.
Mark. Out of
Do not
character.
touch.
Sorry, I'm getting
No
lost in
touch.
the moment.
Out of character. You said he was selling the genuine thing.
Yes.
Is that you, Mark, telling us it's the genuine thing,
It's
or is he
role-playing.
claiming it's the genuine thing?
It's him claiming it's the genuine
Okay,
thing. you
then I don't
titmouse.
buy it. I thought that was Mark telling us.
Bada, he's tried to
selling the
sell this bow
genuine
in
thing.
every campaign,
Oh my
including,
God.
including Eroth.
12
listen.
gold.
No.
I will
Has
give
anyone
you
ever
12,
bought it?
only 12.
Listen.
10.
Yes,
Yeah,
me.
Dwarf did.
10 gold.
I did too.
Oh, there
And
you go.
what
The very
happened?
first Dark Sun campaign, I bought the
pass.
bone sword of Faloth.
Daje is going to bite your fingers off if you do not back off.
Dora wouldn't
Yeah.
have even intrigued in it if that was the case. I purely thought that I misread.
Oh, no,
I'm not
too
good
late now, it's
socially.
canon.
I apologize.
God.
You will regret your decision, my lady. 10 gold.
We know your name. We know your cousin's name.
Very
That's
well, no, Zonano
it's-
understands.
It's not my real cousin.
Exactly.
I don't have a
Zonunu.
cousin.
My cousin is.
Cousin up.
Like the heads who no.
Soon, no.
Death by Snoo Snoo. Anyway,
So,
And
as
we
I
walk
say,
away.
yes. Armanesh is waiting for you at the,
Good to meet him.
yeah.
I will sell you this bow for only 20 screws.
He'll clap his arm. Friendship.
My friend Senix, you have brought your companions with me. Please, be seated. I already have a round of drinks. They're all Scapalong, unfortunately. May I present the Honorable and Venerable Horga at Horg. And seated next to him at the table is a halfling. Is it? She says. Is it really? You are the ones who got Jord killed. Oh, I don't think so. You're lucky You're even wearing his cloak!
Daje hides the dagger behind his back.
You have no sensitivity.
He wasn't using it.
He probably was.
When he died in the steam vents, yes, he was wearing it.
Save him there.
Yes.
Tried to save us. Part of us.
She rests her hand on the metal battle axe at her
Well,
side.
we tried to keep him alive. Trust me. We really did. From the word go.
This is very true. We went out of our way so that Jord may live.
Yes.
But now, he is dead,
Yes.
and you are alive,
Yes.
wearing his clothes.
What were we meant to do with them?
You could have given them back to his family. But no,
Or his
that is not
family.
how. I am his family. Armanesh here is his family, not you. You were offered friendship by him, and you chose to work with the Templars.
We were forced to work with the Templars.
No one is forced.
Mm.
Do you
We
think
saw-
I
we-
am forced?
We saw that differently at that point.
Yes, you
Yeah.
did. You were cowards.
Maybe. I will concede that.
It stings you, Suran. It stings you because it is true. You know what lives in that, and she points from your elevated position on the hill toward the Nagaramakam. You know what creature lives in that citadel, and yet you do its bidding. You come to me, to us, who wear the veil. You must know why we have to wear one. And you ask what? That we help preserve his city?
Well, you live in this city too, don't you? And so do all these other peoples. They're not the Sorcerer King.
God believed in
Jay
helping the
thinks
city.
that-
It's if it was just the Sorcerer King, we would not even be in this city. We're not asking on behalf of him only. We're asking it on behalf of everybody here.
And on
Perhaps
behalf
it
of
is
Jord.
you that is a coward.
And that's probably why he has asked us, because he knows this. So yes, it is self-serving on his part, but it's not necessarily self-serving on our part.
She turns to you, thicket, and lapses into the halfling tongue. Why do you pollute yourself with these people? You know what the true response is here. I will wait until this conference comes. And then I will call upon my magics and murder everyone who is there. And let the forest reclaim this city. That is what should happen. And you know it is true.
You are right to be angry. I was not there when they made this deal, and I cannot undo it now.
Yes, you can. You will suffer for it, but yes, you can. But I do not think you will. She lapses back into the common tongue. I do not think any of you will undo what you have done. This city exists to prolong that thing and nothing more.
Have you met that?
Is this where you tell me there is nobility in its heart? It is a defiler.
Can we move the subject away from that which lives there to those that live here? Because that is who we are representing here. Look at these people around you in this market.
That is a lie you tell yourself.
No, it's not.
Because
actually.
The truth is too terrible for you to accept.
What is your truth? Why do you wear the veil?
And if you find it so terrible, why do you live in this city?
Leave then.
Yes.
If you are scared.
I do not live in this city.
Then where is home for you?
I will not tell you where the Veiled Alliance calls home. So that you can run back to your Templar masters and inform them?
Why are you here then?
Because this one, and she points at Armanesh, is family, and he asked. But I see before me puppets of a defiler, lying to themselves.
Killed a defiler.
Yeah, exactly.
What would make me noble in your
wearing his
eyes?
clothes as well.
Mm-hmm.
To be brave, independent, and dead?
Yes.
Then I care not for your opinions, for I intend to live.
Your body would nourish the green, rather than your lies polluting it.
Okay.
You do not have all the facts.
He turns to Armanesh. Why have you brought me to these people? I cannot speak with them.
You haven't really been speaking.
Yeah, you're not willing to listen.
You have accused us, and that is all.
You have come to meet us with aggression, pure aggression. You're not willing to listen to anything.
We want peace, and we want to work together. We want to build something. Both sides misunderstood the other, and you saw each other as enemies, but that doesn't have to be the way. The people who are bad are being dealt with, but we want to rebuild Nibenay, and if you, the Veiled Alliance, want to be a part of this, you can, with invitation from those in charge. It could help form a bond, give you favor with them, so that you can make things happen more your way in future.
Not just us either. This was the Sorcerer King's wanting. He wanted this. He wanted us to meet with you to build an alliance.
And what a show from the Veiled Alliance that we have come here in good faith, and you have not.
But not only that, the citizens of Nibenay will know who helped and who didn't. I think this would be a great opportunity for you to reinvent your public opinion on yourselves. People fear, they thought that you had something to do with what happened.
Look, I understand that your principles make you want to die on this hill. I understand this. But the Veiled Alliance, as an organization, the entity of the Zwoon, is larger than just your opinion. You have a responsibility towards all these people as well. That's why you are part of this community. And I think, like Batwan did in his Nagaramakan, you need to kind of extract yourself from your heartfelt opinions and see a little larger picture, both for the people in this city, everyone, from the lowest to the highest.
The highest is a defiler.
I know.
And what we are doing, what you are proposing we do, is restore the status quo so that it may continue to leech the life from everyone here.
But what you propose is impossible to achieve.
You're not very good at thinking into the future, are you?
And your Veiled Alliance also has a position in this city, and these people around you have an opinion about the Veiled Alliance. And this is a moment where you form that opinion. If you want allies against him in the castle, this is the moment that you make that. You have to think a little bit further than just your principles. You have to think further than this moment. You have to think further in a longer term. Make this moment something that will help you build whatever you're trying to build. We are at the moment, we're just catalysts. We're speaking to all the parties in this city. And our only interest is that we think this city is worthwhile saving. These people that live here are worthwhile saving. If what we bring to you doesn't make any sense, and you cannot put yourself beyond the principles that you have clearly indicated to us, then that is it. The discussion ends here. But we are willing to listen to what you want out of this. We are willing to listen to what you have to offer to help remedy this. We are here to listen to what you would like to propose as changes that you want out of this, out of your corporation. This is a moment that you can make a deal, where you can exert your influence and where you can actually make your image to all the people around you. You're not performing before an empty stage as the Veiled Alliance. It's not just you and the Sorcerer King. There are more people here. But of course, we can only come offering you this platform. You will be the person to actually decide to have to stand on that platform and make these decisions. If you're not willing to hear them or take this opportunity to hand, we understand. Because I tell you, I understand your principles. I don't necessarily completely agree with all of them, but to a great extent I do. More than you know.
She
Also,
says back,
sorry.
yes, Caroline out.
You can kill a Sorcerer King, perhaps, if you are fortunate. But then the other Sorcerer Kings will just take their place. And until you kill them all, there is no getting rid of them.
I would like to add one other thing as well. That, though I've not met many Sorcerer King, the defiler he may be, it could be a lot worse people than that man, or that creature. We've had personal hand at meeting, be in charge of this area. At least he shows compassion. I don't agree with his defiling. I agree with you there. But how do we stop that as a whole? I don't know. What he is doing is trying to make amends. And this is what our task is as Scattish.
She has sat back, and you can see that your words, Suxis, Thicket, have been reaching her. And then Senex speaks of compassion. And you can see the immediate clash between that and her bone-deep loathing for what the Shadow King is. She pushes herself back from the table, stands, and turns and strides away. Arminesh puts his hand on your shoulder, Senex, and just squeezes it in sympathy.
Well, we tried.
I think our halfling friend here will need some time to digest and make decisions. Arminesh, I think maybe that you will be able to let us know if this meeting will have a follow-up or not. I'm presuming that, and can you please convey at least our thanks that a meeting was made, and at least.
Holga at Hawg is, she's a difficult woman to deal with.
She has her principles, and I respect that.
The Veiled Alliance saved her, like, literally saved her. I don't mean in any philosophical way, I mean literally saved her. But I can speak to her, but I can do better than that. I can go directly to our leader.
Look, we've put with you what we have been asked to put with you, and we respect whatever decision you will make on this. We cannot anything else. This is it, right, guys?
All I can think of adding is, as a druid, to me, the defilers of this world are anathema. They are the worst.
Yes.
I have more cause to hate that thing in that castle than any of you, apart from perhaps Suxis. And yet, I see the purpose of this alliance. To restore the green, we must make concessions.
It's all transactional.
A lot of things in life are, yes.
Everything is.
Yes.
Yes, that is what I have found.
Me too.
Siora knows that more literally than anyone.
No, you want something, you have to give something. That's as simple as it is.
Look, again, I have to stress this because if you talk to others within the Alliance, this is paramount. You have an opportunity here. I'm not just a druid, I'm also a trader, and
I know. And I understand what you mean.
take the best out of this opportunity.
I'm not just a member of the Alliance. I too am a trader.
I know.
But also, I am an elf of the Sky Singers. I'm not staying in Nibenay for much longer.
No.
I will speak to the superiors in the Alliance to reinforce your case. Then I have... He looks over at you, Senex. Well, I say this because you are my friend. But I'm going looking for my sister. She and her lover have been missing in the desert. And there has been disagreement in my tribe about whether they're worth saving. So I'm turning my back on the Alliance and my tribe to go and do just that.
Ren, I would wish to come with you.
You need help with this.
Sometimes it's not a transaction. Sometimes, eventually everyone will have to learn to doing here.
Slanasia was foolish. She went digging in ruins where she shouldn't dig, didn't come back.
Oh.
But I'm not giving up on her.
Please tell me it's Jeremy. I wish to go there.
No. Her and her lover Jessix were nosing around the ruins by the Silt Sea. The lands around Gustenal.
Does that ring a bell compared to my vision that I just
Exactly, is what I was thinking.
Yes.
had? This kind of makes my ears go. Say that again?
The ruins of Gustenal and the ruined villages and towns around it. Jessix has been bringing back trinkets from there for a while, selling them for a great profit on the markets. Slanasia went with him. She didn't come back. Everyone blames him. He ended up being exiled from the tribe because of it. Look, you offer help. I have matters to deal with here. I will talk to the Alliance. When I'm ready to leave, I will find you. If that offer holds true.
Yes.
If you're looking to track them, I think our druidic magic might be of great aid in this.
Well,
Yes.
thank you.
We do have to settle this whole issue first, though, as you can imagine.
I think very much so, you do.
And we also have reason to believe that after what happened with Jord at this square, and the recent follow-up we've received from the Templars of Law, that we might actually need to disappear from the city for a while.
I'm surprised I haven't executed you already.
Well, this little thing at the moment is keeping things frozen, but after that, I think it's fair game on us. Yeah.
There is another thing I need to ask you. This time I will do it through a mind link.
What is your favorite color?
Would like to see if you can find out who this client is in killing.
He says that he will. Armanesh takes his leave of you, lost deep in thought at, well, his upcoming conversations with senior members of the Veiled Alliance, but also the sudden offer of pure friendship from you.
My brother. Yours, Scath, is my brother.
Before we move on to matters of nobility, Zuxis, you mentioned needing to go to your guarded lands. Darjay, you also mentioned wanting to look into the client situation as well.
What, we'll go with Armanesh?
No, they'll be using different methods.
I will relay that message that I gave him to.
Okay.
I say to Armanesh before he goes, so I'll see you later.
Yes, of course. Every day.
As you turn around, you see all your party members smiling at you suggestively.
Oh.
Elves, man. Elves.
So, I guess then, Suxis, you take your leave of the group, and you'll spend a day or so traveling out to the Hivelands and back.
Yes.
In that intervening time, apart from Darjay, your information gathering exploits, is there anything the rest of you want to address? I was going to say that Jabea Shom sends word that he's being detained for a few more days, but he hasn't forgotten your assignation, and is indeed booked a table for early next week at the King's Overlook.
I want to try and get something rather fancy to wear. Because I think I've currently got this outfit and then my outfit of seduction. I should probably get something more fancy.
You've got that and an outfit of seduction.
Yeah.
But what's that one?
Then what exactly? Yeah, what does that one do?
Oh, believe me, it's not suitable for stream.
It's like Deja Thoris on.
Deja Thoris, she's so cool. Okay, so yes, a fine gown will be at least 30 ceramics, and the sky's the limit. But a minimum 30, so a minimum 3 silver, and you
spend
can
30 gold, and it'll be hand braided by blind Tibetan monks.
Honestly, done. No, so what's like the one that I think would be that wouldn't look odd to be in that high up restaurant. I want something that would look.
So honestly,
that would fit in there.
You're looking at probably 2 or 3 gold pieces.
All right, I'll spring for the 3 gold pieces one.
Okay. A personally tailored sheer silk, studded with actual gemstones around the hem and throat. Tasteful, elegant. Jabea is bound to love it.
And matching hat, right?
Of course, a hat that goes like this. Yeah.
Yes.
Wonderful. You know what's really funny? I just looked in my inventory because I was going to add that in there, and I have a Shom bone key and House Shom signet ring.
Yeah,
so that's fun.
Come in handy.
I wonder if they've hats that go this way.
You go in any freaking direction you want.
Yeah.
So, Darjay, first comes the bribing. The spreading around of ceramic pieces to loosen lips, to convince people to tell you what they know. And initially, at least, that's going to be 8 silver pieces, so 80 ceramics. You realize that you're paying far more than you normally would. More than some 10 times the normal going rate for just getting people to talk. It's a topic has been seriously locked down. Nobody wants to go up against House Shom. But silver is silver. Would you pass it over more than one palm? You can make me an information gathering check, please. And you get a bonus based on your charisma, which in your case is just going to be a plus 2.
Oh, that puts it right on.
Right, great. Okay, so yes, that would be a fail, but the charisma bonus of plus 2 turns that into a perfect pass. In one of the ruined parts of the city. Beyond the hill. In this broken down district here. You are over a low table, a single wax candle, bleeding greasy smoke into the air. Your contact, a Pteran with a split beak, looks like someone's hacked him in the face with an axe, lisps the information you have spent 2 days seeking now.
Shom conceals the desires of a noble house. They do not remove competition. They do not seek to remove rivals. They seek to silence voices so that only one voice speaks at your meeting. The client is House Val.
Yep.
Ding, 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 ding.
Daji appreciates your information.
You did not learn this from me.
Daji does not even know you.
The Pteran nods, pulls a hood over his incredibly distinctive features, and turns and limps out of the ruined dwelling.
Cool, well, at least we know for sure.
And why?
And why?
Suxis, the Hivelands are tense, bruised, but you are welcomed, a life giver, by the hives that remain there.
I visit the Antloid Queen and see how her hive is doing at the moment.
Recovering. But little more than that. They have no real way to process what happened to them.
No.
And there is deep confusion in their insectile minds.
I take the time to set them at ease and to provide them with some comforts. I will have brought their favorite treats from Nibenay.
Dwarves.
Mm-hmm. Slave market.
They feast upon them.
Wow, you're not even a bit morally ambiguous there.
Doesn't want to defile. We're happy to kill people.
Food is food.
What is happening?
And
Some downright evil shit, man.
When the screaming and the feasting stops, some semblance of calm settles over the hives.
I reassert with the queen that stability is to return.
She asks a boon from you.
Name it.
The one who did this.
I have her whereabouts. The one responsible.
There's chittering excitement ripples through the caves, filled with anticipation.
It will take some time. But we will get her. I am now going to visit our neighbors. She will want to hear of this as well.
The dark spiders.
Their favourite is halfling children.
The dark spiders are a far more intelligent species. And the queen has some understanding of why you are here.
You have the names of those we seek.
The one responsible for it all. We know where she is too. We found it out.
When my eggs have hatched from her body, you may give it to the antloids.
I will do so. You have the opportunity to ask for amends from the hive that this creature was from. They take responsibility for what happened. And her replacement, she's been banished. Her replacement has said that you can ask for reparations.
I want her to house my new daughters, to replace the one she took from me. That is all.
Okay.
Her flesh will be their birthing pod.
And so it will be. On a different matter. Did Tavalaris reach out to you as well?
No. Its secrets are yours, Druid.
I know. But I know she cares for you too.
Yes. But you are the instrument of that care.
True. Then I need to see whether I can find a moment of meditation here. Would you mind if I use your halls for this?
She descends, the great spider form, her carapace glistening, and her spinnerets are active immediately, wrapping you in a soft cocoon of silk, allowing you to drift into meditative slumber.
And I let my mind and my dreams connect to Tavalaris to find further clarity on what was tried to be communed.
In the depths of the silk, the world slips away, your body, your senses, until there is just a voice on the wind. Tavalaris' voice. He wakes. He wakes beneath the silt.
Is he a name?
You see the dust swirl ahead of you. It swirls in the shape of a claw gripping the sun. And on the far side of the swirling dust, you see Thicket. Thicket, your own dreams have brought you into some manner of communion. Your two spirits, Tavalaris and Castramandas, cooperating through the vessels of their druids. He wakes from beneath the silt, their twin voices say.
I nod towards Thicket.
Thicket, it is not swirlings in the dust, but shapes in the water of a fountain. You see not a claw gripping a sun, but you see ruined towers. He wakes, Castramandas says, to end this age of dragons. The sense of a threat, imminent and brutally potent, pulses at the heart of the visions. A threat that touches not just your guarded lands, not just Nibenay, nor the Ivory Triangle, but the entire tablelands. And it is not something new. It has been here a long time. Kings, ages, an ancient evil. Name? No. But you see what Thicket has seen. The ruins standing on the shores of the Sea of Silt.
I imprinted the ruins in my mind.
Whatever's happening, it's happening soon.
Can I communicate with
Yep, yes.
Success?
You too. It was not just
Yes.
me.
Yeah, I divined this, and now I dream of it.
It looks like we're going on a trip with Armanesh.
It does. Do you know what the name of this place is? Is it
No, it
this
is-
Guistinal that he mentioned?
Was this mentioned to me as well?
He mentioned Gustanel, yes.
Justenau. Yes. Do I know of this place as a trader?
A ruined city-state.
It's a ruined city-state by the Silt Sea.
Well, that doesn't sound very pleasant, does it?
No. And that something is awakening there. That does not sound very pleasant. And the fact that we're both being warned.
Perhaps Armanesh's sister is the first victim.
Oh, let's hope not.
We must warn the others.
We must prepare. We must find some knowledge about this place.
You are in your guarded lands?
Yes.
I have never experienced communication like this.
Neither have I. It must be really, really important what is going on here.
And the spirits are one.
Exactly. It's a threat of their both their existence, clearly.
There's no time to waste.
I will
Return
see you
quickly.
soon. I am coming to Nibenay as we speak.
We need to talk about those dwarves, Nurse.
Do we now?
Yeah, I saw everything.
Come to the hive and discuss it.
Yes.
Mark, do I know anything of Gustanel when you mentioned it?
It's been a ruin as long as you can remember. You've never known it as anything else.
I'm wondering if I have.
But you think you've been in the area before.
Oh, wow.
Like a nagging sensation.
Okay. Success makes her way back to Nibenay as quickly as she can.
And so it is that the appointed hour, the appointed day, finally rolls around. The meeting at the Serpent Tower with the representatives of House Athabax, House Calvorix, and House Val. You have any number of warnings, any number of misgivings. Anything you wish to do in preparation for this meeting?
Jim, we
Up to-
discussed with Darjay.
Up to and including cancelling it?
Well, I'm assuming all our prepared spells are refreshed.
Of course.
We've been told about the fact that House Val were the ones who ordered it.
I think Darjay's going to keep that bit a secret.
Alright.
Oh, am I?
No, I'm just talking shit.
Okay.
But, did Armanesh
You
tell
go
me
ahead and play your own character.
Thanks. Kind and generous.
So I presume we discussed this before this meeting is happening, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think our best bet is to ensure the meeting only has those three people in there and us, and that we kind of stay near the two that we're trying to protect, just in case House Val has his own assassins or guards that are meant to come in and do something. You know, keep them away from windows, that kind of stuff.
And I'm assuming we will have given Lord Calvorix his protection from poison things.
Yeah.
For the day, yeah.
Yeah.
How about we just as I'm throwing this as an idea out, yeah? Think about it. How about we approach House Shom, and in this particular our counterpart that we're talking to, instead of Mr. Sneaky Sneaky, and hire and ask him to intermediate as House Shom, to hire a bard to kill Hedric's dad.
Oh, I'll do that for free.
No, but this way, this is the way you do this. This way you do it is legal. And House Shom takes the responsibility, pays the fine, and since House Shom knows the city anyway, some money, we actually avoid this whole situation, and we actually have the two lower houses dictate what is being discussed at that meeting.
Yeah, is this something we could have had a meeting with?
Yeah,
place before,
is that possible?
So we're meeting. Sorry, just to refresh my memory, we're having a meeting with these three noble houses, ourselves, and who else?
What do you
The
mean?
importance of House Val in this is that they are representing the houses that live in
The Serpentine Tower.
this district here. Yeah. As for Jubea, absolutely a meeting with him is possible, but he actually finds the thought of sending a bard to be really distasteful.
Could we tell him about?
Yeah, we tell him about his own
Senior.
minion doing this exactly the same thing, wanting to murder the other two.
Look, he says,
And we are trying to resolve this issue by making sure that this goes away in the way that it apparently is handled in this city.
it doesn't surprise me that Farland has taken a contract like that. Did you tell him that it's from Val?
Yes.
Doesn't surprise that he's taken a contract like that from House Val. But here's my solution to that. Don't do it.
Okay.
Don't carry out the contract,
No, we're not going to do that.
right?
But House Val is not going to stop at this. You understand that?
Then kill him.
Well, that's exactly what we're here to...
I am not.
We're in a position here that we actually have to be able to negotiate with these parties. We can't go kill him because then the whole negotiation with all the parties in the city is out the window.
Well, then you got a problem because, and you, no offense, young Master Josal, but I don't like the business of bards. If I want someone dead, I'll draw a sword and I'll stick him with the pointy end, as the saying goes.
You think we should let Val know that we know?
I've only been back 2 weeks and I'm sick of this city already.
I understand that.
Yeah, we're also kind of in a situation stuck here.
If there were any way I could cut Val down in the arena, I would.
I think our problem is that we are going to trial for a misunderstanding, and if we're already on thin ice as it is, and if we are seen killing a member of a prominent noble house, it would not look good for our case. The only way we can make it legal is to have someone hire us, and yeah.
Well, that's not going to be me.
I understand.
But you understand that we also could not go to your associate, who has taken that contract.
Sure. It's like having Temnaya still here.
Exactly. That was exactly the feeling I had as well.
Is there anything you can do to perhaps make him go away?
Yeah, I'm working on promoting him to running our operations in Chelik or somewhere like that.
Excellent. Excellent idea, actually.
Yeah.
Anyway,
So,
okay. Sorry for bringing our problems to your doorstep then, and we'll figure out another way.
Oh, we let him know about Avor.
Yes.
He likes the idea.
Yes.
I look forward to meeting him then.
When this all is concluded, we will make sure that it happens. At the moment, we're keeping quiet about it, and we hope that you can as well. Because as soon as this comes out, we're afraid that the vultures will come circling.
Let them.
Mm.
As for Val, watch your backs.
Yes.
And if you feel like letting him know that you know, maybe that'll put the wind up him a little bit, and he'll wind his neck in.
He will likely do so if he feels offended. That's how they do that, right?
Anything like his son was.
Yeah.
Well.
Then I wish you luck.
Thank you.
I hope the meeting goes well.
So do we.
Well, assuming you're not murdered by bards, I'll see you at the conference.
Likewise, by the way.
Yeah.
Good to see you again.
For this to work, we'll need you alive, you realize, right?
Good to see you again as well, Scathis.
Yes. Do try to stay alive.
Mm-hmm.
He points at the scars on his face.
You should learn to protect your head.
You know, my old swordmaster taught me something. He said you walk into a tavern and you see two swordsmen in there. One of them doesn't have a nick on him. The other one is missing an ear, half a nostril, and only has one eye. Which is the one you should beware of? Of course, I said, well, obviously it's the guy who never gets hit. And he said, no, he's never been in a fight. The other one, he's been through it and come out the other side. So, I wear these as a sort of warning.
A warning well taken.
But I take your warnings from both of you and Mistress Suxis. I will do my best to stay alive.
Ask.
I heal too well.
Sorry.
I give him a cheeky little wink when we leave.
He returns it with a smile.
And you weren't even wearing your dress. Wow.
No.
On the way out, she's like,
Okay. So you're down to the final meeting. Are there any preparations you wish to make? Or should we have you at the next day arriving at the Serpent Tower?
Well, we need to make sure that slow poison is on our man Calvorix.
yes.
One of you knock off a slow poison? Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
You want to do it, or do you want me to do it? I'll do it. No spells.
Okay. And I presume that Skavis should be his bodyguard for this meeting.
Of course.
Yep.
Go in, making sure.
Okay, you manifest that then?
Maybe we have some other guards that we can trust that he can bring with big body shields that he can hide behind if their arrows start to fly and stuff.
You're unlikely to get anyone else into the meeting. The meeting is between you and these three.
Ah, right. Yeah. Okay. Let me just look at this.
Okay, where is Senex? Have you rolled that, manifested that power yet?
I did. I'm just looking quickly.
Okay.
And I will, just before the meeting, entering the room of the meeting, I will cast a detect poison.
Yeah.
Armor class is currently. No. Sorry.
Okay, got it.
And detect magic for good measure.
Okay.
Just looking to see if I want to do anything.
Darjay, are you going to go invisible or are you going to go just under the radar?
I was just debating that. I think I might go in hidden.
I think that's a good idea.
Mm.
Oh, shield, cool.
This burns my back. Thought shield. Thought shield. And as we'll be in now for... Oh, no, that's fine. Maintenance.
Yeah, it's not much.
4. Takes my Mac up. +9.
Okay.
31?
Yeah.
One last little thing. I'm going to...
Who's sorry, just quickly, who's stealthed? Darjay?
Would like to be hidden in shadows as well,
Yep,
considering
sure as
Val
well.
knows me.
Yeah, you've got enough time to do both of those and you need to roll for those.
Okay, I'm also going to on Lord Calvorix before we enter the meeting.
Yep.
I'm going to cast Sanctuary on him.
Oh,
Okay,
good
and
one.
And that means what? He can't be attacked? Someone has to make a saving throw to attack him?
Exactly, and it lasts for 2 rounds plus 1 round per level, so 9 rounds. So it's only 9 minutes. So I'm going to do it right before we start.
Okay.
And in fact, I'll do it on myself as well, because I don't mind that.
Okay. All right then. The Serpent's Tower. In the northern quarter of the city. So named, it's an immense spire of stone. So named because it's carved with designs like intertwining snakes all around its exterior. Walkways connect it with the great cliff wall to the dwellings of the nobles, the seriously rich nobles, those who have positions that can actually overlook the Nagaramakam, something forbidden otherwise. And that entire back wall of the cliff, there's hanging gardens, great drooping creepers and lianas and greenery festoon it, and even here and there little waterfalls trickling down the back into pools and lakes of the estates at the bottom. For your meeting, Halavan Val has hired the Arboretum, the lowest level of the Serpent's Tower, a lush garden on the exterior, and on its interior, a collection of plants and flowers from all across the tablelands. Immense, great, heady blooms that reek like rotten corpses. Creepers stretched over arches with beautiful colors that would put Bougainvillea to shame. Massive pitcher plants able to swallow a Crodlu whole and digest it over long, slow, painful weeks. He and Thura Athabax are already there. As you arrive, Scathis escorting Lord Calvorix. And there's Halavan. He's let his hair grow out slightly. It was buzz cut previously. Now he's combing it into loose waves. His beard's still perfectly trimmed.
This is the Val guy?
Yeah. Hedrak's dad.
Yeah.
Thora, a similar age to him, coppery hair, an uneasy smile, looking around. She has probably been living in abject fear for the past few weeks. And of course, Alden himself.
Please, come in, Halavan says. I thought we might walk amongst the flowers while we talk.
He looks around your small group, seeing only Thicket, Senex, and Suxis.
I expected to see more of you. The prostitute is not with you?
Oh, no, she's not.
And the little fellow?
No, but they go together generally, so they're probably off.
In the shadows, I'm doing this.
Yeah.
They're probably off doing their thing, I would say. That's what they normally do. They're probably busy with security or something.
Well, please, this way.
Mm-hmm.
And he leads you into the base level of the tower. You can't help but your heads reel from it. Siora and Darjay padding in behind. You have to just pause for a moment as you never smelt anything like it. 1,000 blossoms all competing with each other. It's almost nauseating. Your head spin ever so slightly. Never having been in a garden, certainly not one this size before.
Does it remind me of home?
No, not really. It's like someone took home and just turned it all up to 11 all the way across the board.
Yeah,
It's
fair enough.
horrendous. Never mind that these plants don't belong together. They've been put into large concentric circles around the base of the tower, like walkways around the outside, and another walkway on the inside, and another one in the middle with a large tree around it. Forced to grow in close confines. There's a thick, cloying air of humidity. You can see the light is coming from these magically emplaced golden globes, blues and greens and golds and yellows all around, that are forming some kind of sunlight, possibly able to move between moonlight and sunlight at will. There are no windows. There are just double doors.
Is it a really tall ceiling, or?
Yeah, it is. It's kind of arched over like 40 feet up. And in the very center of the concentric walkways is a great gnarled form of some hardwood tree from the Crescent Forest.
It's been kidnapped.
Yeah, that's kind of what it's like.
Yeah. I bristle at all this.
So, Halibin says, I understand you've been quite busy across the city.
You've been keeping tabs, have you?
I mean, of course.
I suppose we go and sit at the place and talk?
Let's walk. I prefer to walk while I talk. It helps to keep the mind and body active.
Okay.
So there's a few minutes of small talk about the flowers.
Anything about the poison or the magic radar?
No.
Good.
Yeah, actually, both Thora and Alden are radiating abjuration magic. But you know at least what his is.
Yeah.
So, he says, after the small talk eventually wears thin. And he drags it out long enough, by the way, for the sanctuary spells to fade.
My concerns are very simple. I am happy to support the Shadow King's initiative for this conference thing, but I need to secure the long-term security of my family. I have no heir anymore, and so I need a replacement.
Who do you have in mind for that replacement?
Well, that's why I'm glad to see you here, Thora.
Thora laughs. I'm a little old for you, don't you think, Halivin?
He smiles. Perhaps, but your daughter isn't. A union between our houses would serve us both well. Secure the future of mine, elevate yours.
This is clearly something that Thora has not been expecting to hear. And she looks over at Alden. And then over at you as if this is some ploy she was to have prepared for. Isn't she a little young for you?
Is she your only heir, Lady Thora?
She is, yes.
It would be a matter of convenience only. She would only need to procreate with me once or twice to secure an offspring, that's all. She could carry on to live whatever life she thought after that. I don't really care. After that idiot boy got himself killed, well, I mean, time is not on my side. No, Alden says, you must be heartbroken. Val ignores him. Look, Alden says, we have to put the safety of the city first. Never mind the security of our houses.
Now, my house, I'm only here because I did just that during the crisis. Put the safety of the city first. Put my own safety second. So, I would suggest that both of you do the same. Halliburton continues as if he hasn't even spoken.
So the importance is for the great houses such as mine and yours, Thora, to form an alliance. Don't you think?
She looks at him, trying to figure out what it is he's playing at.
I feel like I want to message her in her head.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I'm looking at Senex.
I was going to say something.
I was just telling Amanda I really want Scathis to say that he was going to have her killed.
No, I mind link with the lady. Lady, this.
Can you make me a manifestor check for that?
That is a very good.
Just.
Just success. Take the 1 point off.
It's all testing.
No, I don't intend to probe her either, so I don't manipulate. I just mind link with her, and I just, my lady, this is the man paid. This is the agent that. So maybe he was planning to marry your daughter anyway.
Her smile becomes slightly fixed, but she's a skilled enough operator not to betray what's going on in her head.
How old's her daughter, and how old's Alden?
Alden is perhaps 30. Her daughter, you don't know. That hasn't come up yet. But she, sensing the question, my daughter is 27. Lord Val. You are what? 90?
I'm barely into my 60s.
He says.
Could I reach out to her again?
You've got like 7 rounds of this, haven't you?
Would also highly recommend that, although it may not seem it now, highly recommend marrying your daughter to. I only give you my word on this. I'll not give you any more further information.
He's a decent man, but he's a nobody.
He will soon be a somebody.
Really? Success. Your poison sense goes off as you've made your way around.
Where?
Inside one of the large pitcher plants. You're detecting poison, quite a lot of it, from right inside there. Is there anything you want to do right away?
The pitcher plants, are we walking towards them or something?
You're walking right past, yeah. It's like a series of walkways.
This is not a good idea.
I guide the both of them away from it and let Lord Alden, walk very close to it if he wants to. Not Lord, what's his name? Lord Val. Yeah.
Okay, all right. You kind of hold them back. As Lord Val goes past it, he kind of goes...
Oh, God.
At that moment, the pitcher plant rips wide open, and you see a figure dripping in the internal saps of it hurl a packet of some kind of poison onto the ground. It explodes into a rapidly expanding cloud.
Can I cast spells?
So, I would like... So, Alden doesn't have to make one, and Thura doesn't have to make one. And the cloud lands behind Halliburton, because this is who walks past. But for the rest of you, I will need a saving throw against poison.
I'm going to
And I
cast
want to
slow
push
poison.
Hal in that thing so bad.
All of us?
Same.
Do I do the saving throw first, or cast the slow poison, or that kind of stuff first?
You do the saving throw first.
Okay, good.
As for the stealthers, how close are you?
I was well in my head. I was kind of hanging back. I know
Right,
that
that's-
sounds a bit meta,
Nope,
but that's how I was
It's
picturing
completely
it.
fine.
I was thinking the same purely because I didn't want to bump into anyone accidentally or them bump into me.
I'm happy with that.
Oh, for crying out loud.
Sorry.
You've only got to roll with 7.
I had it in my mind was like I was at a slight distance, but I have like my bow and I'm like walking with my bow.
Right?
like-
Me too. Yeah.
Can I? Is there any chance I could use dexterity, seeing as it's a cloud?
No, it's just a saving throw.
Got a D20 extra.
You do
Yeah,
have
I'll use a
D20.
D20. I have a D20, so I might as well use it.
Can I, upon seeing this assassin, can I shoot the assassin?
Okay, well, let me just look at the saving throws first. What do we get here?
My reroll is an 11. which
I
is
see
better
Sior
than-
has a natural 20. I see Scatus has a natural 20. I see Senex saves. Thicket fails terribly. Success passes. Then Thicket saves. So
Yes.
you guys are all okay. All right, Lee. Where are we?
Battle
Battle maps.
Are there any ill effects of the poison, even though we save?
No.
Okay.
Okay.
Where
so,
are we coming from so I can know?
You're going in this direction. Whoops, that way. Yeah, so exactly. So that's behind. Halavan Val's up ahead here. There's the assassin there. I'm just going to real quickly.
It's nothing personal.
Just real quickly, by the way, that's the assassin. I know it's on the wrong overlay right now.
I like head track. Head track who?
Yeah.
Sweet.
Hello, ma'am.
Yeah, so anywhere around there.
Hedrack who? God. Anyway,
We're not surprised because we knew this was.
There's no surprise. No, you knew exactly what was coming. Okay, so I suppose initiative then.
Now, here's my question. If we were walking with bows drawn, do I still need to roll, like,
You
would
do
that count
because
as a held action?
the ability to shoot a bow before initiative is rolled comes with specialization.
I don't have flavor text.
Oh, did you not ask for flavor text? Oh.
No.
You might want to move a little bit further back, otherwise you're going to have to make that saving throw.
Oh, yeah, right.
Yours needs to be. Who's a good boy?
Daddy. I'm sorry, did you want initiative from us?
I do want
completely
initiative
blanked
from
out
you,
everything
yes.
you just said. Okay.
I'm just
I
going
was-
to do a general one. I'm still looking at my spells.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's totally fine. Okay.
I'm casting a spell.
Okay, cool. The nobles are largely going to be non-combatant here because they only have like a handful of hit points, but Alden will get an initiative count. So let me add him. Okay, he's on an 8 because he's useless. Okay, Senex, you and the assassin both on the same initiative.
Get her ass.
Can you add 5 on my initiative count, Mark, please?
What does it look like that he's about to do?
I'm not seeing you on the.
She.
Oh,
Did you put your token on the map?
no, I
before
didn't.
rolling?
No, I didn't.
Okay,
Sorry.
so you got-
Let me do that right now. That's where I went wrong. Sorry.
Lee, what are you doing?
I was asking, what does it? Obviously, I'm looking at the assassin. Who do they look like they're aiming at? Or going for?
You need. So you're going to spend a couple of moments checking that out.
No, I'm just going to.
She's moving right away.
Okay, I am going to manifest sensory suppression straight away. Can't see what I rolled because I'm on the wrong screen. Has it come up yet?
No.
Or maybe I clicked on the wrong side. Is it that one?
I'm rolling for the spell
there,
now,
there,
Mark.
there.
And I'm going to manipulate that.
That's the initiative with the spell, Mark.
Okay.
Right. That assassin loses sight, smell, and sound.
Ooh.
Okay.
That is not good.
Let me just adjust those.
7.
Whoops. And -4 on that as well. Okay.
I try to drag the lady away.
Yes.
Next to her.
Right. At the same time as that happens, she hurls out a pair of darts. One goes straight toward you, Senix, and one goes straight toward you, Suxus, who was standing right next to him. Okay.
Bling!
The darts fly out. The first one goes for Senix.
Oh,
Senix, that hits you. Suxus, one whistles past your head. Senix, you immediately
Does it get a minus
take...
yet?
No, this happens at the same time, so there's no minus. You take 5 damage as the dart slams into you.
I rolled in
You do it?
poison.
Are you doing anything about that damage?
I absorb it, yeah.
Okay.
A new rate of.
Yeah, the new rate.
1 to
1 to 1.
yeah.
Yeah. And I want a saving throw against poison from you, please.
Okay.
Poisson.
I expend
shit.
a PSP, and that's a pass.
Okay. All right. The venom fails to flood into your system. And then the bard, whose name is Frail, by the way, stumbles forward and falls off the plant.
Shit
Onto
name.
the ground.
Rail. It's how you pronounce it. It's the inflections on the I.
Okay. However, she does use her bonus action to pull out a pair of obsidian orbs and slam them into the ground.
What?
They hit soft mud and don't break.
How funny would that be?
Why didn't they break?
Squelch.
She can't tell anyway. Yeah.
I, obviously, in my movement, I'm dragging the lady away.
Okay. There is twin eruptions of fire from where both of the orbs shattered, and it's on the wrong overlay again. But these things, some kind of massive feline form, but formed of flame. An eruption from the elemental plane, summoned by the energies within the spell orbs.
Crackling noises.
Yeah. Crackling noises.
Pull the lady over to me.
Just a minute, I've got some initiatives to roll here. Okay, they're quite late in the initiative. And where are you? Are you over there?
I've moved, yeah.
Okay.
I dragged the lady over.
I'm going to report you for this, she says.
Does she now? What a surprise.
Not me, she's talking to...
Okay.
That's what it says on her tag.
And the bard stumbles blindly away off in this direction. Suxis, your spell goes off.
Suxis's whole person goes off on the bard.
You targeted it where she was, so there's no one there now. You started casting already.
Yeah, so and if somebody moves in the meantime, that spell then goes off.
Yeah, if they're no longer at the area of effect, then
Okay.
so she won't. And that thing's not a person, so
Uh,
that's literally the reverse of what happened to Scathis.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, then that's just a wasted spell. This is what it is. I'm going to drag him, our Alden person, also away from the conflict. So where the other blue lady is.
All right, so Darjay.
Yay. Okay. Hold on, I need to just check how far I can go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. I have a movement of 18, right?
Yeah, so you can move 90 feet and still act.
Okay, 90. Got it. Yeah. I don't have a very clear vantage of the assassin right now, that's all I'm thinking of.
Yeah, these green things, by the way, these are
Yes.
arches.
Yeah.
Archways with like creepers over the top of them.
I'm guessing this isn't actually a stump.
No, that's the tree that goes up
That's
the
like a
middle, yeah.
real ass tree.
That's
Okay.
a real ass stolen from the Crescent Forest.
Whoa. Okay, Darjay is going to go here, then sort of
Yep.
like scramble his way
Up onto
half
the roots.
up the tree. Yeah. And aiming his short bow is going to shoot at the blinded assassin, and that will be ×2, right? Because it's
It'd be ×3 for you.
wow.
Yeah.
Excellent.
She's armor class 20 at the moment.
Okay.
Even with a
Oh, sorry, armor class 16 at the moment.
Whoa! What do you do?
Oh,
I
hey!
hit.
Perfect, yes!
Yes, I actually get 2 hits with this, I forgot.
So the second one's a miss.
Not if I use one of my d20s, it isn't. Nope. Still doesn't
still a
hit.
miss.
Okay, never mind. One's good. And the arrow itself is coated in moleworm slime, so she can have fun with that.
She can make a saving throw against poison with that.
I don't know, can she? So that's 9? No, my math isn't mathing. What is
You
that?
rolled a 6. Sorry, let me just check that. The base number is tripled. 4, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
-4 to all saves as well.
16 damage to her.
Oh. And yeah, -4 to a save.
Called saving throws.
Yep. Okay. That's a fail. I'm going to use my d20 and roll again.
Oh, you bastard! I
Woo!
should.
That's a pass. Okay.
This is your fault, Grim.
Thank you, Grim.
Thank you.
Anything else from you, Lucan?
What?
Yeah.
I can't attack again.
You can't.
So
You're going to sit tight.
I'm going to go a little bit further out of range over here.
Does an
Okay, cool.
extra -1 make that a foul mark?
Scathis.
Alright, if I use a different weapon than my mandible sword, do I take a penalty or anything to initiative here? Since I rolled for the mandible sword originally.
What's the other weapon?
Drakethorn instead, since we are now dealing with magical enemies.
No penalties. Strength would actually be a bit quicker.
Oh yeah, oh, fantastic. Well then, I will run up and take a, shield in one hand, Drakethorn in the other. I'm going to swing at one of these beasts, these cats.
Yes.
Say the first one, not the another one.
So this one here
I'm
that
gonna
I'm
try.
pinging?
Yeah, I'm gonna try the shield bash first, actually, to see if it does anything.
Okay, its armor class is 18 and its CMD is 20. All right, you slam the shield solidly into it. This shield does no damage because it's not a magical shield.
Yep.
And you fail to knock it off its large, spread, fiery legs. It's
All
like,
the same, I'll follow up with a swing. Oh well, I'll make a sound back.
Okay.
Extra attack.
That's better.
That's a hit. 9. Nice.
9 damage.
I'm not suggesting you use it now, by the way, but don't forget you have Heroic Surge. Once a
Oh,
day. I've
What
wondered
does
if
that
you-
let me do again? I don't think I've used it yet, actually.
It's the one where you get to do a whole round of actions again.
Heck. I'll
Once a day.
do it. I'll do it right now.
Do
actually.
now.
Yeah.
Okay. How do you surge heroically? What do you do?
I hit it,
Do it.
and then after roaring back at it, I try once again to smash down at it with the shield bash.
Cool.
It's a whole round of actions, right? So I get to attack it again as well.
Yeah, for full set of attacks.
Fantastic.
Nice.
Yes, and that is
That'll
enough to
knock it
send
down.
it sprawling, skids across the floor of the walkway and slams into the side of the plants here. Pulls itself to his feet.
Okay, well, would I still be able to get any sort of advantage when I'm attacking it? Or,
Sure, absolutely.
you know,
Its armor class is now treated as 14.
swings down at it.
Oh, natural one. Unfortunate. Drakethorn rings off the cobblestones. But then you swing around and strike. Another 9 damage.
Another 9.
Nice. Flames spurt off in all directions, blue and white and golden, and you can see the thing's form beginning to diminish as your attacks strike home.
That's me.
Okay. Alden grabs hold of Thora and runs with her in the direction of the exit. You can hear him saying, "Don't worry, I'll get you to safety. They're going to murder the shit out of both of them. You watch." Okay, the elemental beast that you just attacked now turns its full array of attacks against you, Senex, unsurprisingly.
Look at him thinking, why me?
Oh, sorry, not Senex, Scathis,
No,
my
okay.
mistake.
I know what
Okay,
you
that
meant.
makes more sense.
Yeah.
One of those will hit, it looks like.
That's just the claw. Yeah, the second claw strikes. And that's only 3 points of damage to you.
What kind of damage is that?
That's fire damage. All right, so that's only going to be 1 point of damage
All right.
as it rounds down.
Nice, your perfect enemy.
Yeah, and there's a whole bunch in the line there. That's quite good. Let me just check. 30 feet long. Okay, it leaps in this direction. Scathis, you can get an attack of opportunity against it, if you wish. Okay, yeah. Take damage. It takes 10 now. But there must be some intelligence there, for seeing that you are not as harmed by its flames as otherwise, it turns its attention against this other group, and at the end of the round, a cone of fire erupts out of its jaws to a full 30 feet, which affects all three of you. Thicket, Scathis.
Because we lined ourselves up in a
Thicket.
beautiful
You
line.
lined yourself really conveniently, yeah. So I'm going to want saving throws against breath weapons from you, please, for half damage.
Who's that?
We're a
All
bunch of
three of us?
Twats.
All three of you, yeah, 30-foot range.
Can I clap my hands together? Try to contain it.
What does that mean? Do I still need to roll if that happens?
You do, yeah.
Can you be specific in the name of the power, please?
Energy containment.
Ooh, I rolled a
Ooh, someone's
20.
a natural 20 there.
The reaction.
I need to look on to see if you can do more than one power round
Against breath weapons, right?
Yes.
against breath weapons. Yeah.
Oh dear.
It only mentions that if I haven't had my go yet, I have to swap my thing in.
Yeah. Just let me look real quick. Reflexive. If you've not taken your action this round. Yeah, so no, you've already taken an action this round, so you can't do it.
Get spells, right?
Yeah.
Against spells or breath weapon?
Breath weapon.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Did I say yes to spells there? Okay, so I'm seeing passes from Thicket and fails from Suxis and Senex.
Correct.
Question though, do I get my dex onto that?
No, it's a cone, so no.
That's a cone. I will use my D20. Reroll. Yeah, pass.
That would be
spend a
pass.
point.
Yeah, okay, so you and Thicket take 5 points of damage, and Suxis takes 11.
Ow.
And I guess I lose my spell.
Oh, Zuxis actually is she a little bit protected against fire? Being Sorin?
Yeah, so you take 2, Suxis. Thicket, you were casting?
Yes, I was.
Yeah, the spell is disrupted.
Fucker.
That is a major crit, yeah.
It's literally the third session that happened.
I know, man, it keeps happening in a row, yeah. Okay, Siora.
Alright, so out of character question, would I be screwed legally for attacking Hedrick? Helvan Mr. Val.
Mr. Val, yeah, some
Did you
respect.
just call him Helvan Fart?
He's just
Halavan Val, would
assassinated.
you be fighting legally?
Would I be screwed? Because he hasn't. I mean, technically, he hasn't attacked us yet.
Yes, he has.
Yes, he has.
No, he hasn't. Has he actually struck at any of us?
No, he hasn't.
No, that's what I mean. Would I
All he did
be?
was cough.
Pardon?
All he did was cough.
All he did was cough. So that's what I mean. Would I be screwed if I attacked him?
Only if there are witnesses and they were able to question his body afterward.
Oh, yes.
We
There's some
could
good
dispose
digestive
of the
juices in these pitcher
body.
plants.
Alden has made a rapid retreat out of here, and will be gone very shortly. In fact, Alden can't even see him from where he's standing, nor can Thura.
Alright, well then I'm
I
gonna...
Did someone say put him in a pitcher plant?
Yes, that was me. That was me.
That's a great idea. No, he never turned up.
He just got digested.
What's his AC?
His armor class is 12.
Oh. Alright.
Second arrow hits.
But I kind of want to, like... The
Murder
question
him.
is... Do I... Well, that's a
10
backstab, so it's 30.
No, the first one is the backstab and misses. You can't.
Oh, well then I want to use my D20.
Aren't you coming from hidden though?
That's
Yeah,
fine.
I am.
Yeah, but the first arrow alerts him that you're there. Because it flies past him. He's like, oh, someone's shooting at me. So go ahead and use the D20 for that.
Yes.
Yes, that's a hit. Okay, so there you go. You can keep the damage roll, and that's 30 damage.
So 30,
Cool.
35 total, and then
Yeah.
I go back to hiding in shadows.
Okay, well, the first arrow slams right into the middle of his chest. He staggers backward, collapses to the ground, and you realize you've killed him.
Can the 5 go to Frail then?
Frail's armor class is 16, so that's a miss by 1.
Ah, shame.
I love that he died.
Just
Oh, don't we all?
immediately.
just.
Yeah. Serves him right for being rude to you at the dinner table that one time.
I like to think thematically that he turns around to see where he was shot from, and he sees me just as I hide into shadows.
Oh, the prostitute! Oh, and then he's dead. Yeah.
Death by prostitute.
Okay. Right.
Well, but preferably he doesn't see you when he looks who killed him. That would be better.
We're gonna have him
It's fine
digested
because
by
we're gonna
pitcher
put him in the
plants.
picture fruit.
God, question if it was digested.
I mean, look at them. They're beautiful. They're big. They fit him.
Yeah, they will. So the first elemental beast does, in fact, turn its attacks against Scathis. It doesn't realize yet that he's fire resistant. It's going to give it a go. Bite, bite, bite. Sorry, claw, claw, bite. Those are only one hits.
Hell damage.
A single point of damage that can't be halved. So you do take that 1 point of damage. I'm afraid, Grandy.
Oh,
It is but
no.
a scratch.
And then
Guys,
angrily
it's getting serious. I'm down to 58.
and it rather angrily breathes fire at you. Only the first one of those counts. I double click there, so that's 6. Okay.
So I take 3.
So it's going to be 3. You can make me saving throw to take another 1, or you're taking 3 points of damage. Saving its breath weapon for 3 or 1. Okay, so you take 3. So
All right, fair enough.
You're mildly scorched.
yes, you're a little bit scorched. It probably feels quite nice actually.
A bit singed.
Yeah, and then Thicket, your spell is disrupted, but you can move.
I can move. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm going to get I'm going to move. Seeing as I was casting a spell, I can only move half my movement, correct?
Yeah, as well. Yeah.
And are these squares 5 feet?
10.
Good lord.
to
Yeah, I'm going to
interface
run
with-
over here and hide in the bushes.
to interface with the movement system of points. Yes,
Can I use
good,
my
okay.
halfling
stealth
you know,
to hide
stealth?
in the bushes? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm small.
Yeah, you
And
are.
I look like a twig.
You look exactly. You actually probably fit in quite well. Okay, Anish, please.
Okay.
So sad when I roll a 1 and it still is a 9.
I just need to look something up real quick because I don't know if that'll work. It's worth giving a shot, I suppose.
Okay, we all rolled.
Yes.
Okay, Darjay. Thou art first.
So it looks to me that Hedrak is dead.
Halavan is dead. Yeah.
Oh, I see. Right, I'm just reading the flavor text. Sorry, my bad. This
Sorry,
one's kind of dead. Okay.
I'm rolling a general action because I haven't decided the spell yet.
Darjay is going to keep up his attack on the
On the bard.
assassin. Yes.
Yeah, still armor class 16.
Both hit then.
And you can see she's got some darts out, but she's trying to assess what's going on around her, but it's finding it quite difficult on account that she can't fucking hear.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, she's got minus
So those are-
5.
Those are both hits.
Yep. And he.
Are either of those poisoned?
No, not this time.
Okay.
And he will move. This is like a little raised platform, right?
Yeah, it is. They're like stairs that go up, so you can
You-
look at the calla lilies. Are those?
Look upon my works,
Giant.
ye mighty.
And despair.
Yes.
Yeah, and you get a clean view of her, nicely framed beneath the arch, and behind her the spankadendrons, or whatever they're called.
Yep.
Spinkadendrons.
Spankadendrons, yeah, it's a famous crescent forest
Yes.
flower.
Very popular in
Yes,
the
I'm sure
Verdant Belt.
it is.
Cousin to the jalabi pear.
Yes.
And that's it, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Senex.
I move next to Xerxes, pull out a wand, and say, "Can your wand do this?" And I flick it towards the creatures, which actually hit.
Is that going to hit? That looks like it's going to
Nope.
hit Scathis.
Not in Scathis' square.
Okay. Squares. Right, going down. Yes, 80 feet. That will hit all three, yes.
A
All
crack
right.
of lightning comes out of my new wand.
Kazonga, there's a damage macro for that. You've done it.
Bazonga.
Yeah.
23 damage to
Okay.
versus spell.
So versus wands. Okay, she doesn't have a thing for that, so I just roll straight for her.
He's got minus 5.
Minus 5, that is a pass. The elemental beasts.
Take electric damage.
Yeah. They both fail. Okay, so the damage was 23, so they hit 23 each, and she takes 11.
Nice. 14 minutes.
Electricity slams into her, momentarily frazzled by it. It hurtles right past you, Scathis. Had you hair, it would be standing on end. But you don't, so it isn't. And this one right here is slain. Its body judders, crackles, the flames gutter, go out, and it vanishes from the material plane. Okay. With almost trying to use the lightning as a guide, darts come hurtling in your direction, Senex.
I help her and call out. Oh, left a bit.
That's mean.
Natural 20.
Yeah, I see a natural 20 there. But everything else is a miss, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Alright, so you're going to take 5 damage from the... what is it, 5? Excuse me. 7 damage, sorry, from the first dart. You taking that?
No, I absorb it.
Okay, and then I want save against poison, please.
We haven't taken any. None of us have taken any damage from the previous pool.
No.
Poison. I expend. Do I get Constitution on that?
No.
Any other thing on that?
Nope.
Okay, I spend a point for that as well. 8.
Okay, so again, you managed to resist the poison quite solidly.
Is there no after effects? Second effect?
This one, I'm going to check.
Because even the previous ones we've taken damage from.
Yeah, the previous poisons were actually sleep poison.
I really, well, if these are the same, I'll just take it.
This isn't. No, this isn't. The gas is for sleep. This one isn't. This one does have a secondary damage, actually, yes. 8.
I absorb that as well.
Okay. And then she staggers off in this direction, trying to get out of line of whoever the hell it is who keeps shooting her with arrows. And Darjay, indeed, that does break your line of sight. She disappears behind the slapodendrons. Thicket.
Okay, I'm going to. I saw her moving right to just behind the slapodendrons. I'm
Yes,
going to
you did.
target. I'm going to target the slapodendron area and do an entangle spell.
Ah, nice.
But my initiative should be 9, just so you know. So Scathis should probably go first.
Sir, you're out of order there. Okay, Scathis, go first, please.
All right.
Well out of order.
You're on out.
Well out.
I will swing.
Swing.
And you swing, indeed. Your swing schwangs.
With 12 damage as I hack at it. Does it even need another attack?
You will need another attack, yes. That is a
Okay, good.
thorough blow. The thing's guttering down now to its last embers.
Oh.
Yeah, that's it. And there it goes.
Frang.
With one last dying sound like a kettle reaching its crescendo. The thing is gone from this plane.
Slowly getting a hang of this sword, though it's not quite his mandible sword that he's so
Not quite,
familiar with.
It's quite heavy and thick, but yeah. But
That's what she said. I am going to, let's see. Take off in pursuit of the assassin, but that's about as far as I get. That's me.
okay.
And then I entangle.
All right. What's the area of effect on the entangle?
40-foot cube.
Wow. Okay. So
So it's 4 by 4 by 4 by 4.
like this,
Just the area.
like there.
Yeah, well, I want her to be in the middle as much as possible, but I suppose that makes that's as good as it gets. Yeah, and she
Like
doesn't.
that?
Yeah, that's fine. Her save will only affect whether she can move 10 feet per
10
round
feet or
or is
not, yeah, exactly.
completely engulfed by it. And then I'm going to use my movement to.
She's very truly stuck, entangled.
Okay,
You can hear
and
her
then I move
cursing
30
and
feet forward.
snarling. Yeah, okay, right. And at the same time as you're doing that, Suxis. And Sura as well, actually.
You're muted.
Sorry. Zux is at the end of the round. Siora's before me.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to move here so I can see her. And then I'm gonna fire 2 shots at her. Both hit.
Her AC should be
12
super.
Or it's like 12
yeah.
or something, yeah. Just
Completely immobilized, blind, and deaf.
So first is a 27, and then an additional 9, so 36.
The first one kills her. Just
Wonderful.
goes right up through the middle of her jaw, and she stops her struggles and lies limp, entangled in the plants.
Let me loot Papa Hedrick.
Yeah, let's take their belongings.
Yes, indeed. With that, the battle at least is over. Alden and Thura have made a rapid getaway.
Yeah, so I want to release the entangle, and then head over to her body and loot it for any valuables.
Okay.
Being careful not to touch anything that looks like venom.
Exactly, be careful for the poison.
Yeah.
Scathis will sheath his sword and say, "Good meeting. I like diplomacy."
It's very good diplomacy.
Surely he did not think this was going to... What an idiot.
Well...
He was expecting Darjay to pop out of somewhere. That bard was probably his backup.
Yes. That's why they...
To be fair, Darjay did pop out of somewhere.
Alright, what's on Papa Val?
Okay, so Papa Val has the House Val signet. He has
milky blood.
Milky blood. Fine clothing, and rings, bracelets, and a very nice necklace worth a total of 2,500 ceramics.
Wow.
But we should leave this because all these items lead back to him.
Yes.
Yes, and we're going to throw him in a pitcher plant so that the pitcher plant digests him.
If you want to sell those, don't sell them in Nibenay.
Right. I mean, is there anything that's just... Does he have just any coin?
No, he doesn't have a coin.
No.
That's very, very pedestrian.
He has a tablet card.
We're not out of the woods with this one, are we?
Okay. As for the bard, a trio of potion fruits.
Oh, I don't mind.
So, if a pitcher plant would digest it, how long would it take on average? Couple of weeks.
Yeah.
So when they start missing him, they're going to try and find him, and they will find him in the pitcher plant before that happens.
He tried to have everyone here, including 2 other.
Yeah, where's your proof of that?
We're in his property.
You're not in his property. He rented the arboretum. Remember?
Oh.
I think this is a little bit more. We shouldn't have shot him.
Surely, if they do some sort of magic to find out if he did plan to have assassinate.
Well, then they might also find out that actually the person who killed him was not the bard that was hired, but somebody else. Were you seen when you shot him? Sure.
Mark, was
No.
I seen?
No. I mean,
Okay,
that's
no.
That's up to you. If you want him to have seen you as you died,
Well, you come
yes.
from the shadows.
If you'd rather not, no. It's totally up to you. That's something that, as the backstabber, you could decide.
I liked the idea for flavor, but if it's going to cause an issue, then I'm more than happy for him to not have seen me, which would actually work out better. So I'm happy to be like, he didn't, like, no, I was hidden. He didn't see me.
It's probably better if he hasn't seen you.
I'm just trying to think of the best way
because
to deal with it.
because in effect, yeah, you, Siora, and Darjay, you both were not here when this happened.
Mark, the putrefy food and drink spell, which
Yeah.
makes food and drink rot, right?
Yes.
Could that be used on body to decompose it faster?
Does he count as food now?
I don't
suppose
know.
I suppose coming from a halfling, that's a fair question.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Fucking hell. What level?
Darjay
what-
could get in on that.
It's a level 1. Level 1.
Level 1 priest. I can't believe I'm looking this up.
Hey,
Does
man.
a dead body count as food?
What if I just pour moleworm slime in there also? Would he disintegrate?
You need some proper acid.
Really,
Do we have
that?
Darjay and the Saurons and the half.
So
have
it
so many
doesn't
acids.
it doesn't prevent natural decay, the purify version. So I don't think the reverse version would increase decay.
Okay.
That seems like a good way to balance
Okay,
it.
DK.
And
All right. It is a first level spell. I was just asking.
Yeah, and skirt around the horrible implications.
Look, he's dead. That's what it is. What we do is we take Siora's bow and we plant it on the bard.
Oh, smart.
Hold on a minute.
Because Siora wasn't here, Darjay wasn't here. They were all invisible the whole time. The only people who were here were Scathis, Zuxis, Senex, and Thicket. And neither of these four actually carry a bow, as far as I know.
Scathis pats Siora on the back and says, I'll get you a new one.
The bone bow of Faloth is for sale on the market right now.
Shut
Only
up.
10
Gold.
8 gold, 8 gold,
Thank-
just for you.
Thank you, Scathis. I will put my bow on her.
and your
And
arrows.
Not all of them, because these are the steel ones that are expensive.
Yeah.
No. She can have like 3. That's it.
Fair enough.
She
That's
ain't
fine.
getting my whole quiver. She ain't. No. I put my foot down.
Yeah.
Just realistically,
I'll give 4
If-
arrows.
if they could have whoever it may be, if someone could question Mr. Val's dead body, what's
Surely they
to
could-
stop
yeah,
them
I was
from
just
questioning the
About to
assassin?
think exactly the same thing.
The assassin hasn't seen or heard anything.
Oh
That
yeah.
is also true.
Oh yeah.
Exactly.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
Genius.
Darjay's
Very
problem
funny,
has been
yeah.
Completely
solved.
forgot about that. He's literally popped out. I
Yeah.
can't see shit. I can't hear shit. I'm just gonna fry it to where I think they are.
Just out of curiosity, the I have the speak with dead spell. What condition does the body have to be in for that spell to be effective?
It has to still be a body.
So if the body has completely been destroyed, then there's nothing to question, correct?
Correct.
Put them together.
Why don't we just burn them?
Kinetic blast them.
But then you have to explain why
Isn't
they were
that
burned.
suspicious? Yeah, that's I think what we're trying to avoid.
I think just putting the bow there is the most elegant solution.
Yeah.
But that's my opinion.
It is. I mean, it's a good solution.
Ah.
It is a good solution.
Why don't
I'm
you
just,
quickly ask the bard who killed him? Just to double check, make sure.
Do you want me to do that?
Is it worth covering our ass?
Okay, you can do it.
I don't
It's a
think
way
it's
to confirm how
necessary,
they would
but
answer.
I don't
It's up to
particularly
you.
want to. It's kind of gross.
But
Why don't
and
you-
then
no, no, no.
and then
Why
of
don't
course
you ask him who was you contracted to kill?
But you know that.
Yeah, obviously,
Yes.
but just confirm. Yeah, leaving this body alive is the thing. We just leave the bard because they'll question the bard who was your target.
I think it's actually a good point to do that, to ask him who was contracting him, because we actually don't know for sure
Yeah.
that it was Lord Alden, this particular bard. It probably was, but we don't know for sure.
And
Lord
you
Val,
could
you mean?
could even ask.
Yeah, so
Val.
yeah.
You could even ask Val. Was you trying to kill the lords?
We know that he was, though.
Yeah, we
already know that he was.
But like, if it confirms it, then we should just leave the bodies alive and then say, look,
Absolutely.
question these. We're innocent.
Yeah, but here's another thing. I don't want them questioned by whoever, and then having them be like, "Have you been questioned by someone else already?"
Exactly.
Well, that's very simple. We were here. Everybody knows we were here. You were here, so there's a valid point to question who was your
So I think you're going to tie yourselves in circles with this problem. Decide what you're doing.
I was just going to quickly...
I think let's just leave the bow on the body of the bard
Yeah.
and get the hell out of here.
Just quickly confirming, when you contact the dead or speak with the dead, do they know who they're talking to?
As far as I understand it, it's not really them.
No.
It's a shadow of their former selves.
Who's recently spoke to you while you've been dead? Oh, that's just Stick-It. I recognise that voice anywhere.
So, what you may know, and I know you guys have done this before, do you guys remember what's the first thing that happens anytime you cast a Speak with Dead?
Yeah, their face comes out. Their face comes out.
And then what do? They go, who calls? They always, in my game, always ask who's doing it. You're not obliged to answer, and often people don't.
Yeah.
But they always ask.
Yeah, it's...
And there's also an element that if they actually don't like you...
If they don't want to come back, they get a saving throw.
So that they know who you are, I suppose, right? In a way.
There's something going on there.
Yeah.
But how clear it is another.
Yeah, so I don't like that idea. So let's just leave the bow. That's a good idea. And seeing as the bard didn't see or hear anything,
So that means that Shiora and Darjay must go out of this place hidden. They were never here. You were on a security duty.
That is easily done for them.
Let's go and make sure the lady and Alden are still alive.
Yeah.
Darjay disappears into the fat plants or whatever you wanted to call them. I don't know.
The slapodendrons.
The slapodendrons.
That one. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
We don't loot the bodies. We leave them. We leave them as is. The only thing I want to check is if they have any kind of information.
Yeah.
No, absolutely not.
No.
Of course not.
No.
Me and Darjay will quickly hurry to find the nobles who ran to to cover our bases.
We can take the stuff from the bard, I suppose.
The 3 potion fruit?
Yeah. Why not?
Yeah.
All right. Well. All right. Let's go. Before I leave, I go over to the tree in the middle of the arboretum, and I touch my hand to it and whisper a prayer to the spirit of the land. And I cast plant growth on it.
And that's how you leave the Arboretum, with blossoms 4 months out of season, blooming behind you, festooning the tree with a riot of colors. Alden Calvorix and Thura Athabax make their way together back to her estates, further along the cliff. You are not permitted to join them. She remains as insular as ever, although Scathis, you escort your lord as far as the gates, keeping a discreet distance, while the two of them, their heads bowed, discuss marriage.
And I put that in.
In the next few days, the conference at the Water Temple begins. The temple itself is now undergoing repairs, and you yourselves after having been so central to its establishment, find yourselves consigned to its perimeters, to the fringe. You can barely get inside, let alone position yourself anywhere key, should you so wish. But of course, perhaps it's better to hang back and let matters take their course. High Courtesan Kahala, High Courtesan Aru, others of the various chambers of the Nagaramakam bring delegations of Templars. Abbot Thongnal and Kayadi Drastad from the monasteries are likewise on hand with several lesser members of their order. Emissaries from all the other elemental temples of fire, earth, and air coming to pay their respects to their cousins of water. And then, of course, those whom I hear because of you. Jabea Shom. Openly in public, a member of the family, turning heads on all sides. He pauses on his way in through the courtyard, spotting where your group is sticking to the fringes. Siora seeks you out. Tomorrow night. Make sure you're ready. I'm looking forward to it.
Me too.
He gives you a slow wink and turns and swaggers off to join the rest of the crowd. Horga Athorg and Armenish together, the halfling, still glares at you all, but forces a smile. I mean, you think it's a smile. It's pretty terrifying all the same. Thura Athabax and Aldon Calvorix, and a young woman with the same coppery hair as her mother. Startlingly beautiful. Laughing at some joke of Aldon's. Kira Tin, the High Priestess of the Elemental Temple of Water, calls the conference to order. We, the people of Nibenay, she says, have come together as we did during the crisis that had defined us. The crisis that all but destroyed us. But we did not come here alone. We did so through the assistance of those who do not number themselves among our ranks, but are to this city as its foundations. Immovable, irreplaceable. Valued beyond words. You can see her trying to seek out where you must be, somewhere at the edge of the crowd. I trust that our Templar wives remember this. The sacrifices they made allow us to make sacrifices of our own going forward. All here should follow their example as we together begin to forge our new world. I cede now the floor to the High Courtesan of the house, Templar wife Aru. And as Aru stands and begins what will surely be a lengthy discussion on civic matters and financial appropriations, and all manner of stuff for which you gain experience points. You notice that Armanesh has slipped away from Horga's side, beckons you back to the courtyard. Right, he says. That's my cue. They have the matter in hand. I'm getting out of here. And, I think you should do the same.
I think we will. I look at Pickett.
Yep. The spirit of the land has dictated that we should come with you.
There's trouble where we're going. Trouble enough for both our spirits of the land to warn us. Maybe you, through your contacts, can find out what sleeps under the silt at Juestenal. Apparently it's awoken.
I will spend a day or two on that then, but I suggest then no more than 2 or 3 days from now.
We're ready to go as soon as you have the knowledge, as far as I'm concerned. I look at the others. What do you think?
Any ancient history?
I think Siora was planning a date.
She'll get her date in, that's tomorrow.
Any ancient history sort of for what could be sleeping underneath the sands? I've been around for
something bad.
I think we'll save that particular nugget for next session.
Were we all privy to the knowledge that we're all going on this thing, or...
I don't know how much the druids have told you. They might fucking want to.
I don't think so. I think that was just druids knew that.
Yeah, the druids knew that.
Has the High Courtesan, told us if she was able to get hold of Seam Hook or anything like that?
She has not. She has not even been able to reach her.
I told Armanesh I was...
Which means that regardless of what might be said about creatures in the silt or dangers threatening the city, you have a reckoning with the Templars of the Temple of the King's Law. That, if nothing else, is reason enough to find excuses to make yourself scarce.
You got a GTFO, man.
Kind of makes it guilty. About guilt.
Whatever. Yeah, I wanted to get
for
out
yourself,
of here anyway.
man.
We'll see what decisions you make then next week, when we examine further the road that leads to the city by the Silt Sea.
Nice.